That's good. That's one week in Maddox left in. Didn't give me enough money to do
When
that.
we get out there, we find out that the water line was going over the road. Was this a tourist?
Oh,
Yeah, so we don't see the water and sewer's already seen they can help us. So we'll have to run a 6-inch line all the way down the intersection of Moat and Lower Road and then bore over. Down into the line. Right. As it goes on, we see it. It only went to like, there's like a little 5 story houses right there. Just covered those houses and that was it. And I'm like, why did you do that? Why did you do a 6-inch line? You know that.
you know, that's the county was developing water first, so they probably just, they probably didn't know. They didn't know that. That was in 1970. It probably didn't be replaced. Oh, I'm sure.
You're perfectly happy with us picking that up. So,
Nice to meet you.
I just texted you the number. But it may not.
Everything's the same.
You said it may not work till 4. Okay, after 5. This one's not expecting.
Just takes a button push in 5 seconds.
No, I'm doing real estate, it's bad.
And their minds ready to go.
Yeah, so that button pushes back to here.
Not bad. Prices and interest rates haven't balanced.
There we go. Okay, that was me. It was my fault.
You can go back and forth, you might take notes and all that.
Getting tacos. We had about $20 come in.
And I'm gonna see tonight her very We're getting there.
He said Andy should have tried to make it well, you know, I think they're both they're not going anywhere from there, especially his dad's firm, he's not going anywhere.
That was bizarre, but it's bad.
And that house I was still there, but I was on that one, all throughout Boston. And all of
Yeah.
it. I had a Instagram that morning, I emailed him back evening, and he called me. Yeah.
Very attractive. One of our other friends passed away. Ken Morrison. Alexandria Morrison. He was having some issues.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm good.
So he did something that
That's not. Okay, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure I didn't pull up the wrong one, so I'm good.
Well, That'd be tough to get on. Ready for which people?
You're gonna take that candy over there, 'cause I can't eat it.
I can't be.
And they be mad 'cause they got the camera on it.
Oh, yeah.
I was just sitting call me before it starts. I'll call you. I'll text you. All right, bye.
Camera will disappear one day. Mind that camera. Just check. Give that money to finish that, trestle across that code from, what?
How you all? How you doing? Doing well? Have you met with this person before?
Well, I get tired of folks calling me. I'm all right.
Any rebellion. I cannot.
Well, I don't get computers in schools that you have to work with. Quite frankly,
That's it.
I'm here to vote.
Oh, look, I told him we gonna have buttons and everything for that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Those are the plausible deniability. Why don't you just ask, like the Congress does, is so everything that's on the agenda at one time will be done with. Well, you know what? Oh, I know that.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. Today is January the 17th, 2023. We're here for our work session on the West Side Youth Facility. I'm going to go ahead and officially call this meeting to order tonight. I do an invocation tonight, and I do the pledge tonight. Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come out and handle county business, Lord. We thank you for allowing us to be here, to gather here. Father, we pray that you touch our community, touch our citizens, Lord, those that were impacted by the storm, God, and those that have been displaced. I pray your covering over them, God. And I just thank you for the leadership of this community, God. Thank you for the things that you allow us to do. Lord, I pray that you touch our hearts and our minds tonight. Give us your understanding, God. Lord, bless all that are here tonight. In your Son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we have an update on our West Side Youth Facility. The purpose of this meeting is during our last meeting, we had discussion about needing additional information from staff regarding making a sound decision on the final location. We have before you all our project manager, Mr. Jeff Prime. He's done a complete site assessment as well as evaluation of the three ranked candidate sites for your consideration, and we will have Mr. Prime start now.
Good evening to each of you.
Good evening, sir.
As Mr. Sims said, we have gone back and, at your discretion, looked at the 12-plus sites that we presented last fall, and from that, developed a ranking of our top three. And tonight what we're going to do is each of these three sites, any one of them will service this facility very effectively. They all have pros and cons. So tonight our intent is to present the report, present the pros and cons, and then allow you guys to have your discussion and hopefully give us a direction of which one of these three sites you'd like to move forward into the next phase. Just as a little reminder, is it on? As you may remember, when we looked at the candidate sites, we analyzed that we needed a minimum of 3 to 4 acres for a standalone facility. 5 to 6 was a mid-range. It gave us a little opportunity for some outdoor program space. And then anything above that could be eligible for co-location of other facilities, specifically parks and recreation facilities, if that was something that we wanted to do in the future. We also narrowed our investigation into the highest population density area on the western side of the county. And as you can see in this circle, it includes a portion of District 2, 3, and a little small section of District 4. The three candidate sites that we're bringing to you tonight, first is candidate site number 1, which is the Wright Monk property, which is located in District 3. The second one is candidate 2, which is called Crescent Circle, located in District 2. And then the last one, and candidate number 3, is the Addison/Boys and Girls Club property, which is located in District 4. We'll start off with District 3. Oops. So as you can see here, the Wright Monk property is located right off of Fairview Road. It is comprised of 5 parcels that totals a little over 60 acres. So it certainly meets the minimum, but also provides with the future ability of other facilities if we wanted to for co-location. So the analysis of the pros and cons goes as follows. On the pro side, it is accessible directly from the Fairview Road. It is a willing sellers. It has direct access to water, electrical, and gas utilities. It does afford the ability to co-locate other parks and recreation or other facilities. On the con side, it requires a significant investment to purchase the properties from the family members. The appraised value is just over $2.3 million. So subtracting that from our project budget would leave us with just a little over $2 million after purchase. Obviously, that would not be enough to build the building at that point, so we'd have to look at additional funding structures to help us finalize that project. The rear track does have some difficult topography that we'd have to deal with in the future. And it is located on the northwest fringe of the highest population density area. And that's going back here, you can see it's located on kind of the northeast, northwest segment of the actual density population area. On the connection and transportation, the site is adjacent to multiple neighborhoods along Fairview Road. However, this site would require transportation to the other neighborhoods in the highest population density area to serve the other youth. This is pretty much for all three sites. Neither of the three sites are going to be able to afford all neighborhoods to have direct access. So transportation is something that's going to happen for each of them, but we put it in the report just to be fair. So that is candidate site number 1. All right. So candidate site number 2, Crescent Circle. It is 2 tracts that total just under 74 acres, located off of Salem Road. On the pro side, it is accessible directly from Kirkland and Salem Road. One tract fronts Salem Road, one tract has direct access through a adjacent neighborhood to Kirkland Road. It is adjacent to multiple nearby neighborhoods off of both Kirkland and Salem Roads. It has access to all the utilities. It also, because it's over the minimum requirements, can afford co-location with other park facilities, and it certainly can handle a standalone facility. There's already some roadway and utility infrastructure in place. The developer who started that on the track that is adjacent to Salem Road already put in some of the utilities and also some of the roadway. And it is located centrally within the highest population density area. So going back, you can see that it's fairly centered in the actual circle that we were looking at. On the con side, what we did not have a formal appraisal, but in talking with Patrick and the attorney, and looking at the values of the properties based upon tax assessment, we used the same appraisal per acre value to get to this number right here. So the total estimated value of cost would be about a little over $2.7 million to purchase, leaving us just under $1.5 million. Obviously, that once again would require additional funding to build the facility. It does have a wide range of topography on each of the specific tracts. The tract that is fronting Salem is a little bit better than the rear tract. Once again, the attorney has made numerous attempts to talk with the owners of the property to make sure they were willing sellers. There is a for sale sign on the property, and they have that's who we were trying to contact, but we have not, as of the report, had not received anything back from them at this point. And like I said, even though this is centrally located, and even though it has a direct access to a lot of different communities and neighborhoods, it would require some additional transportation to reach the other ones. Next, and the last candidate is the candidate site number 3, Addison Boys and Girls Club. You can see it is just to kind of the southeast direction of the actual site. Population density. It is off of Browns Bridge Road. It's a 4-acre tract of land that fronts Brown Bridge Road. It is adjacent to a tract of land that about 11 acres that we own. I will say to you that 11 acres that we own really has very limited use that we could use it for. Passive recreation, probably at best. So the 4 acres is what we were using for the analysis. Accessible directly off Brown Bridge Road, adjacent to multiple neighborhoods off of that road, direct access to utilities. It would not require significant investment in the purchase of the property because, as you see in the memorandum of understanding from the Boys and Girls Club, they would, working with the Addison family, donate the property to the county for this particular purpose. On the con side, it's located on the eastern fringe of the highest population density area. It does not afford the ability to co-locate other facilities on that property. One of the other stipulations to that property is the Addison home would need to remain. In your packet, a year and a half ago, we did an analysis of this tract and the home. So you can see a floor plan, and we'll see it in a minute, of what that looks like. We would need to develop a design that actually attaches to that building in some kind of manner so that we could use the building plus an addition to actually make it work. Like I said, while it meets the prototypical 3-acre requirement, it doesn't afford a whole lot of ability to expand and do the program spaces. If you look at the MOU talks about how and it's too small to read off of this, hopefully you can see it better on your screen, but the general terms of the MOU is that the Boys and Girls Club would provide the donation of the property. They would then afford a staff to help run the facility. Somewhere in the range of about $350,000 annually is what they estimate the staffing costs would be. While they have a few specific programs that they must run, they would work with the county to develop a custom program that would meet the intent of programs that we choose. And it also would be a facility that could be co-located with our own Parks and Recreation staff. That's the general terms of it. This is just the general floor plan of the existing home and some photos that we took at that time on the inside and on the outside. And this was just a general idea of how we could use that particular building as a starting point. And that is our report for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Sam, you had something?
Yes, I also would like to recognize the email that we received from our General Counsel, Patrick, probably about an hour and a half ago, to provide additional information regarding the work session tonight. I don't know if you all had an opportunity to read over it, but it kind of talks about our current, the agreement that we have with the Boys and Girls Club, as well as provide some additional details that we might have. That's it from me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to, Commissioner Henderson, we're going to open up for questions at this point. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. County Manager, could you read that email out for me, please? Could you read out?
Sure.
Please, sir.
The email?
Yes, sir, and I have a question.
It says, since you are discussing the location of the Westside Youth Center and by extension the Boys and Girls Club at tonight's meeting, I thought it might be instructive to remind you of a few underlying facts. First, while a recreation facility on the west side of the county is an approved project in the 2017 SPLOST ballot, there is no legal requirement that the project be located in any particular commission district. You are free to locate the project at such location as you see fit, provided it is on the west side of the county. Next, the Board of Commission has voted to partner with the Boys and Girls Club. There has not been any formal agreement entered into between the county and the Boys and Girls Club. Thus, the Board of Commission is free to make such proposal, both as to location and or co-location of the club, management, programming issues, and as such, other issues as the board deems as the board deems important. Further, there is no legal impediment to a decision by the BOC to reallocate those funds to a different project. However, the last action taken by the BOC with respect to the Boys and Girls Clubs appears to have been a refusal by the Board of Commission to redirect funds earmarked from the proposed partnership with the Boys and Girls Clubs to the Fairview Estates Park. The BOC rejected that proposal, thus leaving the funds earmarked for the Boys and Girls Club. Thus, unless the Board of Commission votes otherwise, staff is obligated to continue with planning to co-locate the Westside Recreation Facility with the Boys and Girls Club. The BOC is, of course, free to vote to do otherwise, but until it does otherwise, staff is obligated to proceed with a plan involving the Boys and Girls Club. In short, the BOC is free to locate the Westside Recreation Facility anywhere on the west side of the county that the board determines is appropriate. Further, the BOC is also free to vote to reallocate the funding from the Boys and Girls Clubs to different projects. Neither of those actions have been accomplished by the BOC. Until such action is taken, staff is left to proceed under the prior discussion of the BOC. That concludes.
Thank you. Well, I think we have kind of discussed all three of these locations. And I think we discussed it, what was it, about a month and a half ago, in executive session down on the first floor. And when we were talking about it, if my memory serves me right, anybody can chime in and tell me whether I'm on it or not on it. And what we had boiled down to at that particular time was, I think Commissioner Cowan had said, what he said was, and I guess I ain't calling you out, but I'm just trying to tell you what I said. You correct me, you were there. What he said was that if the Recreation felt that we needed a park over in District 3, over at the, I'm gonna call it the Monk property, that we were supposed to get, somebody was supposed to get in contact with him or with the board and told him was that a appropriate place to put a lot of stuff there on it. Before that, I had a meeting in Nelson Heights, town hall meeting, in which the tree line subdivision, which most of the property that we're referring to as the Addison property, which is off of Brown Beach Road. The room was full, and I probably, if you go on my page, you probably can hear what the folks said about it. First thing they said was the tree line subdivision, where it's located, that they didn't want anything over in that particular area until there was a meeting with the constituents, the people, the elected voters, that they didn't want the county just place anything in the district. They went on to say, Ms. Annette, who's the homeowner association, and anybody feel free to correct me again, she said that if they would have had anything to do with it, they wanted that particular monies to be put back into District 3 as for a nice park over in that particular area. And that was what I thought was the direction of the board. So I'm just kind of feel why we keep going over the same stuff over and over. And so I guess the question, I guess it is to our interim county manager, was Dwayne contacted and what did he say about having a city pond over on this Suzette Monk property? And I think it was about 60 acres, if I'm not mistaken, about 60 acres. What did he say? And one discussion that we had prior to that, if my memory serves me back again, was that it could be done in phases. So where we at on that, Mr. County Manager?
Mr. Sims.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner Henderson, let me start off with addressing your questions. The first one was, the purpose of this meeting was following up the questions or concerns Commissioner Cowan had in the meeting where he needed additional details regarding the assessment. So that's the purpose of having the work session today. Based on that meeting that I heard, we needed to provide you all details on the site locations. We provided costs, we provided today pros and cons, we provided details for you all to make a good assessment. As far as the different locations, at this point, we recognize all three, as our project manager stated, all three of the sites before you all today can serve our county. We also checked with our county attorney, and there's no stipulations that a facility has to be in District 2 or District 3. I understand that it needs to be on the west side. So the sites before you all today are considered west side for this particular location. We also recognize when you said about Dwayne, Dwayne is one of the directors that reports to the manager, and from my understanding in the meeting, we were supposed to provide you all this information, and I'm providing you all the information that you all need to make a sound decision. As far as with City Pond, I'm not familiar with that. I thought we were supposed to kind of bring you all the highest and best site potential location for a youth facility, and that's what we've done tonight.
Just one last follow-up, please. If
Go
I may.
ahead, sir.
The follow-up question is this, are we as a board in the business, first of all, of just telling the people whom we represent, hey, it don't matter what you say, if we want it there, we're not even gonna discuss it with you. We're just gonna have a meeting and do it. We should not be into that business, first of all. And second of all, you know, I'm hoping that Commissioner Cowan could tell us himself exactly what as far as he meant in that last meeting that we had when we were talking about the Monk property.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
Just to answer your question a little bit, Commissioner Henderson, Commissioner Cowan had asked if we had needed the 60 acres and wanted us to go, or not us, to go and ask.
Hold on for 1 second. Mr. Bryan, if you would stay with us for just a few more moments, please. Thank you, sir.
And he had wanted to ask to see if we needed ballparks and fields on that side of town, and to ask Dwayne. So we never did that. He asked about 2 or 3 times and we never got back to him. So I took the initiative to ask our director, and I forward that completely over to you. We are lacking, as he stated, we are lacking fields, ballparks, and turning kids away because we don't have the accessibility and we don't have the space, especially on the west side. And District 3 is the most dense with your kids. They don't have the ballparks. I just recently had a constituent complaining that there's no ball fields and parks for the children in District 3, especially at the schools in District 3. There's no ballparks and fields at the schools in District 3. So that's another issue. One of the things when we discussed the Boys and Girls Club, I had some companies and some nonprofits that also deals with children. And they asked me this question. I wasn't on the board then, but I did ask for concrete information. There was no evidence or no information provided by the county that we had an official agreement, nor was it placed on the referendum. So I did check that in detail. There was nothing written that stated that there was before I came on this board, that there's a previous agreement or anything written agreement with the county. So those nonprofits asked, when did we as a county put out a bid to the other nonprofits to see if they wanted to be a part or to put their bid in to be the company or the nonprofit for the kids? Because we do have nonprofits in District 3, and I've also met a couple that have nonprofits that actually associate with children and have programming, and we did not put out a bid to see who is going to be the best fit or the nonprofit to actually manage. I also met with some administrators, and one of the things they said, and this is not coming down the Boys and Girls Club, but it always comes up, it seems like that's where you're trying to push everybody, is towards that. As I stated before, the Boys and Girls Club is a great organization. It was an organization that was put in place for us baby boomers and Generation X. It was superb. But now we have a new generation, Generation Y, Z, our social media generation, and their programming does not cater to that. I even dissected that programming and brought it to us. Douglas County just built their own Youth Innovation Center that is controlled by the county. The county did it with their Community Service Board. If you know what a Community Service Board is, a lot of counties have those put in place to help with mental health and trauma, which we do not have here in Newton County, which is why I was sent to Arizona and Ohio to help establish one here in Newton County. They came together. The Community Service Board actually applies for the grants for those youth to be able to have for trauma and mental health, which was one of the programming that the youth wanted for this. So going back, I also have a petition from those residents stating they came before the board. The petition has almost 200 plus signatures, a recent petition saying they did not want their tax dollars going to the Boys and Girls Club. They wanted a facility that was created by the county. There's also letters I have right here from each constituent. They wrote in detail. Every commissioner has this because it went directly to them. That is actually sent right here. So that is my issue, is that we're forcing our community to something that they're not looking for. Going to the schools, I talk to the administrators, I talk to the teachers, and I talk to the parents. You know what the administrator said to me? Why do counties or certain areas think that the answer for minority communities is the Boys and Girls Club? Why do they think that? And if you look at the statistics of who actually attends the Boys and Girls Club, see, I believe in data. I believe in going and seeking information and not just speaking out the side of my neck. I love bringing information back to people. And if you go on the Boys and Girls Club website, minority kids, which is on the west side, do not attend the Boys and Girls Club. That's their national record statistics. You can go there right now. The #1 race that attends, and I only can mention race because this is marketing stats, because people always want to say when you mention race, I'm mentioning marketing stats. This is on the Boys and Girls website. Are Caucasian white females. Only 19 to 13% of the youth from ages 13 to 18 attend the Boys and Girls Club. They don't go. And speaking to our youth at these schools, talking to them, they do not like. I have the stats and all the stuff written from them. I have all the details. You can see in their handwriting. They don't want to go to the Boys and Girls Club. It's not Commissioner Sanders saying this. The youth actually in the school systems said this, and administrators backed it up. They do not want to go there. I pass by there on a constant basis during the hours they said they're open. There's no kids there. So my question is, why are we investing our tax dollars into something that's not working and the kids don't want to go there? As a child stated, we keep building buildings and programming without including the youth. We're only doing it because this is what we want to do. That's not what they want. Talk to the kids and you will find something completely different from what they want in this community. And I did that. I did my research. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since my last conversation has been brought up several times, let me see if I can make it clear. First off, I remember before I left the city of Covington having a discussion with Dwayne, I think, on recreation, about the lack of football fields and a football program in Newton County. We didn't have available land for it now. We had talked about we need to get one. That was when y'all were doing Wolverine Field, renovating that. We don't have much of a football youth program here. And my view on things has been, let's determine what our needs are, and then we can find the land that we need to satisfy those needs. Now, as to the Monk property, I thought we had gotten a quote on that property, or actually we had an appraisal on that property. That appraisal amount was rejected and they wanted $500,000 more, and we said, we're done, we're not doing that. That's my recollection of that. So I thought that one was gone. Now, if you want to bring in, first off, what I'd like to see is something from recreation saying, this is what we think would work well in Newton County for the west side, whether it's football fields, baseball, I don't care what it is. Something that'll work well. And I think we could work out an agreement with the youth, Boys and Girls Club to utilize some of a built-in facility, whatever. I'd like to see that. I hadn't seen it yet. And from there, you know, once we figured out what we need to figure out where to put it. And that's the question, and I said this last time, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves because we're looking for land and we ain't got a plan yet. You know, so, you know, everybody's talking different things, and I'm just a little uncomfortable with that. So hopefully I've tried to make that clear, but maybe I hadn't made it clear enough before. I'd like to see a plan incorporating some recreational needs for the county. And then once we figure out what our needs are, we can identify land to be suitable for that, as long as that land is within a price range that we're willing to pay. Typically on a contract, if a person makes an offer and that offer is rejected, deal's over unless you come back. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, regarding the property that is before us again, you're correct. That was presented to our legal team and that offer was rejected. However, our project manager did do a complete assessment of our availability of land in that area to accommodate some of the needs within the county, and that particular land still came up as far as availability. In regarding to Commissioner Henderson question, I kind of understood it a little different when Commissioner Sanders was talking. Yes, the director has identified to me that we do need ballparks in our western part of our county. There's a lack of that. That is also an area of explosive growth as far as with our population in that part of our county. So yes, we need space, we need land to accommodate that. And that is also why this particular property is before us again, as well as the project manager would like to add something.
The other thing that I just want to remind us of too is that, you know, we did a comprehensive park master plan. One of the analysis was to look at each of the districts, look at each of our programs and determine where our needs were. Out of that, a West Side Community Park, a minimum 50-acre Parks and Recreation facility was identified. It was placed on the referendum. The referendum for SPLOST 23 passed. Later on tonight, you'll see a presentation from us about how we want to move forward with the Tier 1 projects. That is in Tier 1. So we are going to be looking at addressing those particular needs, but those are SPLOST 23. This is a SPLOST 17 project that we need to move forward with, and it can stand on its own or it can be connected. It all depends on how we want to move forward with y'all's direction.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sanders, then Commissioner Edwards.
Yes. Just to add on, as you mentioned, inter-county manager, District 3, if you know about, there's Westgate subdivision that's being built. Then you know there's another subdivision being built on Harold Dobbs. There's also apartment complexes behind Ginn, and also subdivisions about to be built on Ginn. There's also it's across from Live Oak. It used to be District 3, but now it's 4, but it's still considered in the area. That's about, 200 townhomes in that area. So all that's District 3. Where are these kids gonna go? They can't go anywhere now. And I get that you're saying we need to look at 2 and 4, but where are these kids in District 3 gonna go? They cannot go to Denny Dobbs or Turner Lake because it's 20 minutes away. I've done the research even when I was campaigning. I did every park. I did the research on how far Parks and Recs is from District 3, even from the north side of District 3. We got 180 acres, 80 acres, we need to build that out for the people on that side as well. Where are these kids gonna go? We're sitting here fussing and fighting about on what side and what area, but we know this one specific area that I happen to so represent has the most kids in population. It's not about Commissioner Sanders, it's about the people in this community that we need to serve, that don't have parks and recreation, that don't have these various things. The constituents in District 3, when I ran for office, the first thing the parents, those who have children in this district said, we need a park. Our kids have no place to go. Certain subdivisions, kids had guns in there. I can name a subdivision now with some constituents out here. A 14-year-old with a gun in their hand. They have nothing to do. We gotta find something for our kids to do, or are we gonna be constantly having more crime in the area? Let's think about our kids, not ourselves.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I may have missed it because I was looking at Q Public on these nice new computers. But so, what the initial outlay, capital outlay for the Addison property? What are we looking at there? I didn't see.
So under this particular proposal from the Boys and Girls Club, the Addison property would be donated to them, and then they would donate it to the county for the purpose of a joint facility. So there is no capital outlay for the purchase of the property. We would then have the rest of the funds to do a facility.
And that facility, those funds can be used for property improvement as well, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And there would be some property improvements there. You'd have to have, you'd have to add parking and so forth. Now, I will say to you, 4 acres, once you add a building, stormwater detention, parking, you're going to be pretty much, that's what you're going to get. I mean, you're not going to have a whole lot of outdoor program space there. Specifically because you also have to work around the existing house, which is a beautiful home. And as you can see here, can be used for program type purposes. We would just have to kind of build that into our designing process if y'all went that direction.
And the adjoining county property of 11 acres.
So basically,
is that litigation property?
Yes, it was. And basically what it was, there's a drainage. It drains the actual part of the property. And to Commissioner Henderson's point, that, we looked at the possibility of having like a passive trail that would be connected to this property. And the neighborhood was really not in favor of that. They didn't want to have, at least my understanding of it, and you're agreeing, that they didn't want to have like public access to that could get people close inside their neighborhood as well. And that was part of what they were concerned about.
A trail that would be put in there, they didn't want a trail near the house, is that what I'm hearing?
My understanding or my interpretation of what they were saying is that would invite a lot of public people to be walking back behind their houses and
kind of
so
like the
forth.
trails we funded already, helped fund already in the county, that go right behind people's houses, right by people's houses.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. I just want to just a little bit about this. If we were saying that we wanted to go out there and put something over in District 1, them folks raise so much hell, they come up here and fill up the courthouse outside, up to the top, and they would be mad. They did it about the fire station, when they wanted the fire station.
Hey guys.
But hey, may I finish,
Hey, guys.
please?
Okay.
I didn't interrupt him.
Hey guys, go ahead.
And they would be mad. They would be mad. Now, what we talking about, because this is a Afro-American community, with a lot of Afro-American there, they said, we just gonna come in, we're not even gonna have a community meeting. We don't even gonna think about y'all. We're gonna put over in your neighborhood what you said you didn't want. We're gonna put it over there anyway. Same folks you ran around and knocked on the doors asking to vote for you, then you're gonna go into their community and put it what you want there. Wouldn't even call a work session or something. They call them over and say, come in, let me see how you feel. It would be to everybody else. But not those folks. We couldn't do that in no district. But over in District 4, and then you come and slide around over to District 3 and you do it to us, but you won't do it to nobody else. Well, maybe it make you feel good, and then you say the Boys and Girls Club. If you were to lower the rates for the kids who play in recreation, they're paying $150 for football now. Lower the rates, make it free. You could get the children something to do. But instead you can bring the Boys and Girls Club, charging me more money. But that's all right, that's how you do it. You're taking away from our community, and you're making us not first-class citizens, but second-class citizens that you don't think enough to even have a conversation with. Just throw it over in their neighborhood because that's something you want. And then most of the folks who make a decision, and I said, they get mad with me anyway, do things to Nelson Heights anyway, don't even live in the community, don't live here, weren't raised up here, didn't know the struggle that we had. They don't even know how when my mother drove me from the square home because the skinheads were up here in town. They don't know about that. And they're doing the exact same things now. But it's all right. There's going to be a change.
Commissioner Sanders and then Commissioner Edwards.
I just have a quick question, because the art of negotiation. We already mentioned the price. They did mention the price, so I can say that right. Well, it's already out anyway. $2.3 million. So the owner came back with a counter offer that was almost close to that in the middle. My question is, and the commissioners, you don't have to answer now, but I would like to know, I guess if we go into executive session, why we didn't go back to negotiate. That's all part of negotiation. The person had a higher rate. They saw what we sent them for, the rate that it was appraised for. They came in the middle with their price from what the appraisal was and from what they asked for. That's negotiation. That's the art of negotiation. So why we did not go back, if that 60 acres of land is perfect and great for the community, why didn't we go back and negotiate with those individuals to say, hey, your price is a little bit too high, maybe you need to go to 2.5. So that was my question. We just left it alone with their price, not even going back to that individual. So that was my question. And my second question is, not a question, it's a statement. We're talking about tree lining. I caught HE double hockey sticks when it was suggested to be put in Fairview Estates on 12 acres that is owned by the county. Now it's okay to put it on property next to tree lining, and these individuals said that they didn't want it. And I actually heard, I was at the town hall, they said it. So I'm confused on the situation. We had 12 acres of land that was free. And when I was in a meeting with the previous county manager and the previous attorney, if I would have agreed to go with the Boys and Girls Club, they were going to put a community center, which I put that information on Facebook with the actual words and document that they said it in the email. They were going to put that community center on Fairview Estates if I would agree to partner with the Boys and Girls Club. But now we're talking about putting it in a place where you had a whole subdivision that came up here and said, we don't want it next to ours. I had no idea that Addison property was even the Boys and Girls property. It's the first time I'm ever hearing that. I knew we were negotiating it to be land that was given to the county, but I had maybe I'm the only one. I didn't even know that was the Boys and Girls Club, because when that property was presented to us as the Boys and Girls Club, it was on Brown Bridge. And I brought up the fact that that property had just closed in September. And it was not under the Boys and Girls name. So now there's a different property that the Boys and Girls Club own. I am totally confused.
Commissioner Edwards, and then Commissioner Edwards, Commissioner Cowan, and Commissioner Mason. Guys, listen. We did this all last year. We fought all last year about a location for this site. We're gonna have to make a decision. We ain't keep coming here, Brother Munt, talking about where we're gonna put the West Side Youth Facility. So I'm gonna ask in a few minutes that we make some kind of decision. Commissioner Edwards, you go first. Commissioner Cowan, you next, and then Commissioner Mason.
I'm good.
You gotta take a vote, but you can discuss. Commissioner Cowan, go ahead.
Jeff, you mentioned a while ago on your comprehensive plan you needed at least 50 acres, didn't you?
For the community, West Side Community Park, yes, sir.
For West Side Community Park, you need at least 50 acres.
Right. Yes, sir. And so as I was saying, as part of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, I did an assessment of all the needs. And one of the highest ranked needs was a community park on the west side of the community.
Right.
And that's what got approved.
All right. Have we identified the potential uses of how that's going to be laid out?
So in the Parks and Recreation plan, it describes the general components that would make up a community park. And it's that doesn't mean it has to be these specific things, because the community can drive what they want, but it's going to be active recreation fields, maybe tennis courts, trails. It could be a community center building if you had the funding for that, and so forth.
Well, I've got in my mind what I envision.
Oh, I understand.
But
They just give us kind of like a framework, and then we customize it to specifically what we are. But they are also trying to make sure that they get a count of, like you said earlier, the number of football fields and baseball fields to try to help give Parks and Rec what they need for the programs that
Right.
they're so woefully behind on.
Right. I just don't see it not working with the Boys and Girls Club and a county facility. I just don't see, I guess because I do so many leases and stuff like that, I just don't see it being a problem. But everybody wants their own thing. I don't like that. I'd like to well, I think the Monk property, when we looked at that initially, the appraisal was less than what they wanted, about $500,000. That's what I remember. About $500,000.
The appraisal was 2.3. They asked for 3, and they came back and said 2.7. But we never went back to negotiate. We just said
No, we just said stop.
so, and that was the problem. My question is why you didn't negotiate? Because I'm pretty sure they could have been. I mean,
Well,
the inflation.
Mr. Chairman, I think
So-
some
so-
of this
so
discussion
guys-
might have to go in legal.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
I asked.
Wait a
I
minute.
asked.
Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
My issue was, let's figure out what the county needs are, and I hadn't seen that yet. I haven't seen anything from recreation, I hadn't seen any kind of schematic. First time I heard he needs 50 acres to do a community park. We've got this in on SPLOST, I think.
That will be part of the process for the SPLOST 23 project, which is to develop a concept, go through a very similar process like we did for Spring Hill Park. Develop a concept, use that to help go through a process of analyzing sites, and then come to you with a ranking of sites that meet the needs, and then determine what is the best location. And that also could be a public input process involved with that as well, of course, like we did to Spring Hill Park.
Well, I'd like to see something from our recreation folks that says these are the needs for the county. And to meet those needs, we need X amount of land, like you just recommended, 50 acres, whatever. And what's going to be used for. The key thing that worries me, we ain't got no insurance, y'all. And we're about to build another place where people will get hurt. And I said, I think you better get your insurance first. But that's me.
So,
Commissioners, as a point of clarification, we can discuss the appraised values here. However, I do request that any negotiation discussions happen in executive session.
That's exactly right.
And then also there was a question about whether or not we can vote in work session. We can. If the board would like, we can make a decision tonight on a location and then recess the executive session to discuss logistics and pricing.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Jeff, when we're looking at all 3 of these proposed site plans, are all 3 of them near subdivisions?
Yes.
And so because they're all 3 near subdivisions, have we as the county had conversations with the residents in all three of these locations to kind of see if this is something that they would want in that specific area.
No, sir, we have not had like a public town hall on this. It's all of our public discussions have been in this forum with you guys.
So basically, all three of these locations is going to be near some type of subdivision or residential housing, all three of them.
One of the characteristics that we were looking at to make sure they met the minimum intent was, were they surrounded by neighborhoods? They all are. No matter where we put it on the west side, we were going to have to deal with transportation to transport students there, which is one of the reasons why you guys are buying additional vans for Parks and Rec for that very purpose. So wherever we put them, whichever one of these three sites that we work on, Parks and Rec will have to work with partnering and put together a transportation plan to pick up the students from the other areas. But each of these are surrounded by neighborhoods, and they basically have a direct access for kids to walk there from those neighborhoods.
So and this may be a question we may not be able to answer as of yet, but would there be some type of buffer around the location? Because I think I've heard some residents, by having a facility in or near their homes, basically with security, they want to make sure that we aren't nurturing a culture where the youth could potentially engage in some form of activity that would be negative activity or potentially criminal activity. So I think from what I've heard in the past, most of the residents, their greatest concern is security. They don't want any youth near their homes that could potentially engage in such or potential criminal activity. So would we also, a part of the plan, make sure that we have that in place, like buffers, as well as, you know, engaging in additional security to make sure that our residents feel safe with it being there? And of course, the programs should help nurture those youth to keep them actively involved, because I think that's the intent, is to have programs to keep them actively involved so that it would prevent any type of them engaging in any type of criminal activity.
So obviously, Parks and Recreation as a department would be actively involved with supervising any kind of activities that are on the property. All of our facilities have a form of security systems through either cameras or some other kind of mode that we can make sure that we secure the facilities even or secure them off hours when we're not there. So all of that would be taken into consideration. Buffering as much as you can, depending on what the site location allows you to do. Yes, sir, absolutely.
And I think too,
and that's pretty much what you do at any of those facilities.
Right. And I think so too, and I just kind of wanted to make sure that we as the board are clear. The West Side Youth Facility Project and the West Side Community Park are two completely different projects. They're not the same.
That is correct.
So the West Side Youth Facility basically had some funds that were earmarked from the 2017 SPLOST, whereas the West Side Community Park basically has $5 million that's set aside for the West Side Community Park, which I believe this board did elect that West Side Community Park would be in District 3. Is that correct?
I think it's $3 million.
It's $3 million. Yeah. Okay, so $3 million would be set aside for that West Side Community Park.
That's my understanding of how you left it for that particular park. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to get clarity and make sure that we, as the board, understand these are two different projects.
And I was trying to help you with that.
Our citizens as well. I don't want them to be confused to think that the West Side Youth Facility and the West Side Community Park are the same. They're actually different, and we have separate funds earmarked for both of those projects so that we can move forward in both of those projects. So we will get a West Side Community Park that this board has stated that park will go in District 3. And then the West Side Youth Facility, which was from 2017, was slated for the west side, which encompasses Districts 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay, so I just wanted to get clarity to make sure that the clarification was out there.
And then the other clarity, just for one last clarity, is the Comprehensive Parks Master Plan stipulates in the highest level of detail that they can at that level, what each of those additional parks are, what they should be made of, the size of them, what kind of programs that they would recommend to go in them, and the general area of the community that they need to go. And we did that analysis so we would have that roadmap to help guide us down that path. And so we've got that. And the community were involved with all aspects of that plan.
And one last question. So depending on wherever this board decides that they want the West Side Youth Facility, before any diagrams, plans, any of that, would we as the county involve the residents in that particular area to actually help engage in what those plans are going to look like? So we're not going to just come in as the county and say, hey, we're putting it where we want and we're putting there what we want, but we are going to get feedback and input from those residents in the specific area that this board chooses. We will kind of work directly with those residents to kind of help come up with what that would look like and what uses they would like to see.
Yes, sir, absolutely. One of the very first steps we would do with working with our consultant is to actually do public workshops and work with the groups. And we've already got a good start of data that Commissioner Sanders has already put together by talking with the youth. And we'd have youth. We would do all these things to make sure that the programs and the facility is customized to meet the specific needs that you guys want it to be. And that would be the purpose of it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to just recognize some of the things that we're talking about. We've already completed as an organizational staff. We had the consultants with the Parks and Recreation come present to you all the findings from their report on what's needed in our county. Also, Commissioner Sanders had a forum that I attended that we received some feedback from the citizens in that area about what they were looking for as far as for a youth facility. So I just don't want it to appear as if that we haven't done any of these things. These things have already taken place. At this point, what we would like, we've identified several locations. We've narrowed it down to 3. We have the 3 before you all. We would like, at this point, you all's decision on how we need to proceed.
Thank you. So I'm on. It's 7 o'clock. Guys, I'm gonna ask you, we're gonna talk about this in executive session. Not tonight, but we'll talk about this in executive session. It is 7 o'clock. We definitely got to adjourn this meeting and move into our regular scheduled meeting tonight. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Can I get a second? Second. It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All in favor? We stand adjourned.
I still ain't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing we've been talking about. I keep saying, show me something in paper that you need.
Yeah, we're going to start up in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. It is January the 17th, 2023. Our thought for the day today is the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. That's the author unknown. I'm going to go ahead and officially call this meeting to order tonight. Tonight we have a special guest with us tonight, Mr. Gabriel Stovall. If you would, please come on up, sir, Pastor. He serves in different capacities. He serves as the pastor of Macedonia Family Church, and he also served as the editor of the Covington News. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight, sir. We ask if you would just bless our community and come in your own way.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Baines, and to all of these that make up this great commission. I'm grateful tonight to be here, bringing you greetings again from Macedonia Family Church. I pastor in Augusta, but we're also making plans to expand our ministry here in Covington. And of course, I am the proud editor and publisher of the Covington News. So again, thank you so much. And let's go ahead and get ready to pray. Father, tonight we come to you and we just want to first say thank you. Even in this time and in this place where we are gathered to take care of business that pertains to the functioning of this great county, it's not robbery for us tonight to pause and to acknowledge you and to say that you are worthy of our acknowledgement, you're worthy of our praise, you're worthy of all that we have to give to you tonight. And so, Lord, before we ask for anything, we just want to once again pause and say thank you for everything that you are. And we know because of who you are, we stand where we are and we can do what we do just by your grace and only because of it. And so, Lord, I ask tonight that your spirit would reign heavily in this place. God, I know this isn't a church building, but your word does tell us that if we are believers in you, we are the church. And so, God, I pray that you would allow all of us to conduct ourselves in such manner. I pray, Father, that your spirit would guide everything that's spoken, every thought that's thought, every outcome that happens. And we pray, Father, that when we walk out of here, we'll be able to walk out and know that your spirit of unity has been among us. Forgive us for our sins, cleanse our hearts of unrighteousness, make us holy and acceptable in your sight. And God, we give your name the glory, honor, and praise. You're due it all. In the matchless name of Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Hold on 1 second, sir. Yes. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate you being here, and I do want to make that correction. That's right. You are the head honcho over at the Covington News. You are the publisher, so thank you so much for being here.
Yes, sir.
I do have a token of appreciation that I want to extend to you.
Okay.
Could you give me a good offer once in a while on the news?
I'll do my best, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Mason will lead us in our pledge tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much also, Commissioner. Commissioners, we do have item number 17. Item number 17 that we do want to remove from the agenda tonight. Item number 17. And also, under the consent agenda, Viewpoint Health Board of Directors and Sheriff Brown is asking that we appoint Brandy Birch as the representative from the Sheriff Office tonight. Ms. Birch, is you here tonight? If you would stand, thank you so much for your service Thank you so much for your willingness to serve this community. We greatly appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Commissioner, with that being said, I seek a motion that we approve, please.
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you so much. This is an opportunity that we allow citizens to talk about agenda topics only. Agenda topics only. You have 3 minutes to do so. If you would, please come at this time. State your name, your address for the record, please. Agenda topics only. Agenda topics only. Thank you so much. Next, we have the chairman's report. Tonight, I have asked, let's see, Mr. Chester Clegg, if you would please come up tonight, and Miss Wendy, ma'am, if you would please come up tonight as well. I asked them to come up tonight and give us an update. As you know, there were so many impacted by the storm that hit on the southeastern part of the county, and they have been working around the clock. We're going to ask, if you would, please, ma'am, please, sir, please put your cell phones on silent, please, as we try to handle the business of the county. We greatly appreciate it. But guys, thank you so much for all that you do. We know you have been working some extreme hours to make sure that the citizens in this community. Guys, we're going to ask again, if you would, please, ma'am, please, sir, put your cell phones on silent. And so we're going to ask you if you would give us an update tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, there was quite a large storm that came through on Thursday, late afternoon, in southern part of Newton County in the Stewart area. And Chris Malcolm, our Public Works Director, is not here tonight, but he had anticipated from the reports that there would be could be some damage in the county, and so around 5 o'clock or so, when the storm hit, Chris was on his way down south to see what the damage was. He had kept the crews at the shop just in case he needed them to keep them from going home. So he had 7 crews on site within minutes of the storm damage. And when we saw what had happened, he called in another 5 crews to start clearing the roads. And there were about 14 roads that were completely blocked, not just by one tree or some limbs or anything. We're talking about tree after tree, large pine trees and oak trees down across the road that need to be cleared. So by early Friday morning, Public Works had cleared and opened most of the 14 roads that had been blocked. And then, of course, Friday morning, Thursday night, Snap and Shoals EMC had a few crews come in. They kicked off at about 12, and then Public Works crews kept working, and then they brought in, maybe even 100 crews Friday and Saturday to try to get the power back on. Now, what they're telling us is there were more than 200 poles that were broken off. Power poles. So it was quite a job for them to get the power back on by Sunday.
And that was a record, I'm told.
That's what they were saying. Okay. On Sunday and Monday, Chris helped EMA with Chris Malcolm with a damage assessment on the houses that had been damaged. And most of it was a bit of an odd storm. But most of the damage was to the trees, which then fell on houses and fell on cars and across the road. There were a few, there's some wind damage on some of the houses, but mostly with the trees hitting the homes. So we estimate, there were thousands of trees down, and we estimate just in the right-of-way alone, we're looking at probably 1,000 plus truckloads of debris that will need to be removed and staged somewhere down in the area over the next few weeks, as Public Works works every day from here on out to try to clear that debris off the right-of-way. It's out of the road, mostly out of the road, but we got to get it off the right-of-way. Thank you.
Good evening. Based on these preliminary damage assessments, we were able to turn these figures into GEMA, which helped us to receive a presidential declaration for this storm. We received word of that declaration this morning. Newton County qualifies for public assistance as well as individual assistance. Public assistance will help the county as a whole with debris removal. Individual assistance will help our individual homeowners with things that they may need, especially if they have no insurance or they are underinsured. We sent out also some notification. Mr. Fazio sent that out for us today of some resources we had received from GEMA to other individuals who may need cleanup with debris, those type of things. So we did receive word of that today. Is that, I think we'll be able to, like Mr. Clegg said, you know, there's going to be thousands of truckloads full of this debris. So here, most of the damage was contained within the south side, and you can kind of see where the red dots are. GIS provided those maps for us that, you know, there's a path of it. We have not received an official report from the National Weather Service, but from the preliminary reports, they're telling us that it was a possible EF2 tornado.
Thank you. I think Mr. Commissioner Edwards wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the opportunity to drive down to this area Friday morning after I had learned of some of the destruction down that way, and until you get to the intersection of 36 and 212, it kind of looked ordinary for the most part, and then it was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that in Newton County, and I've lived here all my life. So, but what I saw was Newton County's Public Works Department out working hard along side by side with the EMC corporations, I think Central Georgia, Snappy Shoals, Georgia Power, all those folks out working hard trying to clear roads. There were people trapped at Lakeside, of course you know, people trapped in driveways and trees on houses that damaged houses. And I spoke with Senator Brian Strickland Friday afternoon, and I think they were still trying to assess what happened in Newton County. I know they were aware, but I don't think they were aware of the magnitude maybe until a little later on. And my understanding is that the President declared us a part of the national disaster.
He did.
Today or this afternoon, and then I didn't know until you just said this morning the state included us as well, which means a lot in terms of funding and recouping some of the money that we spent. But a big thanks to all our county employees. I'm just so thankful it was not more of a loss of life. I believe there was a gentleman working on power cables that maybe lost his life in Newton County. So, so sorry to hear that, but there's still people without power as of this afternoon, I believe, and I know our power companies are working overtime to get that taken care of. It's just individual homes were devastated, power ripped out of the top of the home. So I want to thank the county one more time for the work our county employees did. Thank you very much for presenting.
Thank you. Hold on one second, guys. So I want to make sure we put the right information out. There was an individual that was that lost his life while he was working. But he's a resident of Newton County, but I don't think he actually was working inside of Newton County when it happened. But we do want to keep his family in our prayers. I think Commissioner Sanders has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo my colleague as well. Thank you for your service, and I'm happy that it went the way it did, how you helped us out with everything. But I have a few questions, and I sent that out to the board. On the west side, and Mr. Nolan brought this up too, on the west side of Newton, some of the east side as well had mentioned it as well, they weren't able to hear the sirens going off. What is the plan to possibly add more sirens so that the most dense area in the county will be able to hear the warnings? Or what marketing plan we have in place to get them on code red? Because there's not that many that's on there.
Right. As of the sirens, we are researching, and I think we were talking before, that The outdoor weather sirens are intended for just that purpose. They're outdoor warnings for those individuals that may be outside to seek shelter. It's not intended for those inside your home to be able to hear. Insulation, things throughout the house, or just the noise of the storm alone inside a building, those outdoor weather sirens are not going to be heard. That's why we are trying to promote Code Red. That's also why, most all of us have a weather app on our phone. I know during that tornado warning, my cell service provider was even sending things and warnings. So we have some ideas for some campaigns that we would like to implement to be able to promote Code Red and get more of our citizens to register. We're also interested if you want to do a district by district campaign. We'll be happy to come out and do anything like that. If you have district specific events, we'll be happy to come out and do those as well. So we're willing to work with each one of our districts separately and our county as a whole.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Ms. C. What I wanted to ask was, and I think you're absolutely right about the outside alarm that will make sure people know exactly what's a tornado is coming, whatsoever. But I was thinking we had talked a little bit about adding more sirens. I think that's maybe the right word, sirens in our community, and we were supposed to at some point come up with a plan. Did we ever do that? Okay. So we need it as well as a plan, and I was hoping, that the fire department would, along with whatever, make sure people have smoke detectors in their homes. I was hoping to be a county-wide day that all what we need, whether it's fire alarms and people homes who may not have them, because this is a season where when it get cold, people make fires and homes catch on fire. That could save people's lives. We know that the siren could save people's lives, and I've always liked to be proactive rather than reactive. And whatever it is we need to do to get on behind the curve rather than in front of the curve, I think that we need to kind of just pull our heads together, all of us commissioners and as well as our employees, along with our road superintendent, Mr. Craig. Get together and come with a plan, a county-wide plan, so we can address these problems, hopefully, before they happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, let me just say that Mr. Clegg and Ms. Patterson, Sheriff Brown, Chief Connor, Snappy Shows, and there was even citizens that came out and started helping, the deputies. I'm going to go on record and thanking all of you for what you guys done. There were so many people trapped and couldn't get out. There was kids that couldn't get home. So we greatly appreciate all that you do. Thank you, man. I just, when I went down, it was just so devastating to see all of those trees laying on people's homes. Myself and Brian, we actually went out and talked to some of the citizens that was impacted by it, and they just kept saying, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And so we're just so thankful that that declaration has been submitted, and we can get the citizens some help. So thank you so much for all that you do. Greatly appreciate you. Next, this is 724. We have a few moments. We're going to start the
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to have 3 brief updates. We're going to start off an update regarding our warming shelters from Pastor Lett.
Good evening. Greeting to all.
Good evening.
To our chair, our county manager, and to our wonderful commissioners. I greet you this evening and come to share with you and give you a report on the the daily operation of the warming shelters and how they ran at this time. It's going to read a little something on the daily operation. All residents who reside at the warming centers are transported daily from the shelter, the main shelter, to the warming center location. They sleep there at night at the women's shelter. In the mornings, they are transported back to the main shelter, which is on Turner Lake. There, they get their meals, they get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. When they get there in the morning, they have a hot breakfast already ready. We have someone in place to do that. And they're at the shelter on Turner Lake. They are able to wash their laundry, because we have washers and dryers there. They are able to shower, because at the cousin location, there's no showers there. So they are able to shower there at the location at Turner Lake. Also, they are able to watch television. They are able to, those that are not seeking employment, not working, disabled, they stay there and they're able to see television. We have a park with and they love this, with a fire pit. They love that. And also at the location there at Hemlock, which is Rainbow, that's where we have also the refreshments for them at night, because they eat an early dinner, and that dinner is served at 5:30 in the evening. So we always have extra refreshments out for them. And also on the, we have sleeping cars. And I want to thank this county for providing those sleeping cars for us. I want to thank this county for providing the funding to be able to do these things, to be able to bring our county residents that belongs to this county into a warm environment. I appreciate that so much, and I can't thank you enough. It means a lot, because it tells me a lot about your heart. It tells me how much you love this county when you reach out to those that are less fortunate than you or I or others. Also, in Cousin Jim, we have 25 carts there. We have 24 now, all are filled. I'm reaching out to you again, we need more. The number is growing every night. And we have 14 at the church, and they are all filled. They are all filled. So in saying that, we need more sleeping carts for the Cousin Jim. Also on the, we hired, most of the people that we hired are residents that are homeless. And I believe they need the first priority to get a job, and that is to help out the community. In doing so, these residents that have been hired, they help with security, they help with providing meals, they help with managing. Majority of them are residents that are homeless. On the count, first of all, let me say this. I take my hat off to Sheriff Ezell Brown and his deputies. They have done all of this security there at the Cousin location. I take my hat off to Officer Mabin. He do all the scheduling. He makes sure all the deputies are in place and on time. And everything has been just running so smooth. I thank God for our manager Sims, because he worked real close with me, and for him to leave his office and come over one day just to see the shelter and just see for himself what was the layout, how the operation ran at Turner Lake. And I thank you for doing that, Mr. Sims. On the count, and this is at Cousin Jim, from December 21st to January 15th, women's we serve 84. Men's we serve 119. Children we serve 8. And that's a total of 183 that is at the Cousin Jim. At the church, Rainbow, from December 14th until January 15th, we have served 116 women, 136 men, and 4 children, which is a total of 256. And that is my report to you tonight. If you have any questions, please honor them.
Thank you so much. Hold on, Commissioner. Thank you. Hold on one second. It is 7:30. It is time for us to go on our zoning. We're gonna go into zoning, and then we're gonna bring you back up, and the commissioners get a chance to ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna call you right back up in a few
Okay.
moments.
Thank
you. Ms. Applewhite, if you would, please come on up.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and Board of Commissioners. Today we have 2 zoning petitions. They are old business. They were previously heard in October and December and tabled for this meeting. And our first one is a modification, case number MOD 22-00002. And this proposal was to modify the conditions of zoning from MOD 11-000138. And they're asking to do this by substituting the site plan that was presented in the condition number 2A, which references the preliminary site plan associated with the proposed operation of a landscape business at the time, and to remove condition number 3D, which limits the hours of operation from 7 a.m. through 10 p.m., and also condition number 3E, which requires the maintenance of a 75-foot tree line along Shepherd Road. The existing zoning is general commercial. It's in the Salem Overlay Tier 2. It's located at 2486 Highway 81, and parcel size is 2.63 acres. And just a brief history, on 10/18, it was heard before this board and tabled for 60 days to allow the applicant to gather information from the community. And on December 6th, the applicant requested that it be tabled until this meeting so he can further get more information as well. So the applicant's intent, as I said, is to request the modification for those 3 conditions, number 2A, 3D, and 3E, as read previously. And just a brief history, on September 20th, 2011, the board initially approved REZ 11-000100 and the flume to go with it, FLU 11-000101, to allow this particular parcel to be rezoned to R3 single-family residential and general commercial to allow the lands from R3 to CG to allow for the landscaping business. And then it was modified on December 20th, 2011, where they amended condition 3F as follows. And this was the initial petition. These are the uses that the applicant at the time agreed to restrict from the property. And this is also included in your packets. This is continued. So I won't go through, this is just outlined. So the condition that was amended, 3F, right, it took out what was there and replaced it with no commercial vehicles, with the exception that as long as the property has a valid business license to operate as a landscape business, no commercial vehicles other than 2 tractor trailers without cabs may remain on site overnight. And I'm not going to read through the entire thing. It is in your packets, commissioners, unless there's any questions. So that condition was amended back then. So the existing conditions today that are to be modified would be condition number 2, which is substituting the side plan that was originally done, and then conditions number 3, D, and E that the applicant is requesting be removed. And these are the conditions currently on your screen, and they're also included in your packet. Conclusion, should the Board of Commissioners recommend approval of the modification to modify condition number 2A and remove conditions 3D and 3E of the 2011 modification petition, staff recommends the following conditions be applied to the property. And should the modification be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards and regulations. A, to maintain a landscape strip as approved by the county along Shepherd Road. B, the hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, 7 days per week. And C, all other conditions of the modified December 20th, 2011 petition as approved by the Board of Commissioners shall still apply. So this is the location of the property. So you have it at the corner of Highway 162 and 81. Current zoning, general commercial, and this is the parcel up here. Tier 2 overlay Salem in Salem. Yellow River watershed. And this is the survey of the parcel as provided by the applicant. And of course, this is the concept plan where they're showing. So you have, it's a convenience center with pumps as well as 3 suites for other commercial businesses, which is over on the side here. And if there are any questions, the applicant is here and he has informed me that he did meet with the community. So if the board has any questions for him, he is available.
Okay. Now, we did have a public hearing already on this, right?
At the last meeting we did.
We did, okay, all right. Commissioner Henderson, you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. C. Well, this particular zone is in District 4, and the question that I have is for, I have one for staff, is if we didn't approve it, could a service station still be built on this parcel of the property?
Yes, sir. They're asking for the modification because the current design that they're proposing requires additional space to go down. But if this modification were denied, they could substitute another design for a service station. It is an allowed use.
Okay. So help me out a little bit, because I just really want to kind of understand this particular zoning. It is for them to add on or join another little business and some more space for other businesses to be also in that particular area. What's the add-on other than the service station?
You're asking if they're adding on?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, the land is not being, the parcel is not being used, so they would be constructing new buildings here.
Okay.
Yes, it would be a separate business, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Applewhite. One of the things that I think we had discussed, I think it was a Zoom meeting that was held on, when was it, last Thursday. And I was kind of unable to attend that particular meeting. And it's my understanding there was about 7 people on the Zoom meeting. And what concerned me about that particular meeting was there enough advertisement for the Citizen District 4, District 3, District 2 to come out and just kind of just really just tell us what they wanted us to know about this particular zoning. Me personally being kind of knowing that particular area pretty good, there's not a whole lot of people that would be beside it. It's more or less behind it. And typically what I do as a district commissioner is I try to make contact with those people, which I hadn't. And so I don't know whether this is appropriate time or not. Is there any way that the board would allow us to table it for another 30 days, go back, and I pick a particular place to give the opportunity for anyone in District 2 or 3 to come in, either in person. I like to see folks face to face. And I've had my little concerns about Zoom, especially as we were doing Zooms a while back, and with so much negative and nasty stuff came up. Not saying it came up with this one, because I wasn't a part of it, but to give the people an opportunity just to come up and say what they need to say and tell me personally, and then come back and make a decision. Could I?
You make that in the form of a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we table it for additional 30 days to give us time to advertise a place. Now, I would like Nelson Heights, but if anywhere closer, either a commission want to have it a little bit closer, please do so. And let me know. Other than that, we have it in Nelson Heights and invite everybody to come down.
Is there a second? Is there a second? It's a motion by Commissioner Henderson that we table this for 30 days, and second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. It's stand table 4-1. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, Chairman. Our second petition this evening is also old business. It is a rezoning case number REZ 22-000014, located at 7079 Highway 212 and Highway 20. It is on 3.096 acres approximately, and it's actually 2 tracts. Tax parcel numbers are 1-7 and 1-7A. The existing land use map is mixed use, currently zoned R2 single family residential. Proposed zoning would be general commercial. It's located in the South River watershed, Commissioner District 2. Current owners, we have William Stewart Hull and Susie Kate Underwood, care of Ann Hullhead. And petitioner is Giza Degal. And the applicant's intent is to rezone the 3.09 acres to general commercial. And we do have the subject site information as stated previously, with the zoning of R2, 3.096 acres, and located in the vicinity of general and neighborhood and highway commercial, as well as office institutional zoning. Conclusion, given the fact that the property is in proximity to commercial zonings and the applicant's proposed uses of the land, staff is of the opinion that the rezoning may be appropriate for the site. This was tabled at the 2 meetings ago, I think October meeting, so that the applicant could do a traffic study. They have done a traffic memorandum which was submitted to GDOT, which they have reviewed. And one of the things that they did say is that at the time that they get to the LDP stage, should this rezoning be approved, they would have to do a detailed, full-blown traffic study. But this traffic memorandum provides initial information, which I was provided to the board, and the applicant is also present to go further into detail and answer any other questions that you may have. So what they're saying is that it will increase in the peak hours. The traffic will be increased by about 2.3% of the total daily trips compared to what is there now. And we do have the details. I have a summary, the executive summary on screen, and the entire traffic memorandum is in your packets, if there are any questions. Recommended conditions. Should this petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved general commercial, conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, the conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. And 1, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. A minor plat must be approved by the Department of Development Services to combine the 2 lots. B, a 75-foot buffer must be maintained along the western boundary line that is adjacent to R2 zoning. And C, any required permits must be obtained from Development Services before any construction or development on the property. And D, permits must be obtained from all external agencies, which would include GDOT, Newton County Water and Sewer Authority, and GSWCC. And this is the location of the parcel. It's actually 2 parcels, as the survey will show. And here we have the current zoning. It's R2 zoning, single family residential. The future land use map is mixed use, which allows for commercial development. South River's watershed, And this is the survey that applicant is proposing. You can see the two lots as described in the legal description that is filed with the clerk of courts. And of course, this is a concept layout of what they are proposing. And if there are any questions?
Now, we did open this one up for a public hearing as well, is that correct?
It was open for a public hearing previously, Commissioner.
Okay.
So it's the board's discretion.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I meant Chairman. I said Commissioner.
No problem. Commissioner Mason, I'm sorry. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't actually have any questions. And so I'd like to actually make a motion that we approve REZ 22-000014.
It's a motion by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Sir, we already had our public hearing on it, and we are convening now from that public hearing. Yeah, so we already have had our public hearing. All right, thank you, sir. Again, it was motion by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? I got a couple questions. So this property I want to make sure I'm correct. This is the property adjacent to 212 and Georgia 20, right?
Correct. It's bordered by those two roads.
By the Kroger?
Oh, it's not okay. So the Kroger Shopping Center is here. So this is 212 going up here, and then we have 20 down here, and this is 212 across that way.
Okay.
It's kind of quirky, but yeah.
Okay.
and Georgia 20.
Yeah.
Brownbridge Road, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So can you tell me about the traffic study again?
So the summary that, let me go back this way. Right, this is the summary that was provided. The full details of the memorandum is in your packet. But basically, so they're saying that the average daily traffic, according to the 2021 study, they've compared that with the data that they found now. Right, there were about 2,021 vehicles in the morning peak hours and 2,360 vehicles in the afternoon peak hours. And according to what the applicant has researched in his, the proposed development is projected to generate 66 new entry vehicles in the morning. So that will be added to the 2021 number from 2021. And 43 new vehicles in the afternoon peak hours. And the overall percentage increase in daily trips, they're proposing will be, estimated will be a 2.3% increase from what it is currently.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any more discussion? Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may need to get our attorney involved in this. One of the things I've got a concern about, excuse me, I can't talk very well tonight. One of these things I have a concern about is people get the zoning done, and they never build what they said they were going to build. They flip the property to another person. They got the zoning, they increase the value, and they flip it to somebody else, and they come in with something totally different. Because once you give them commercial zoning, they pretty much do anything they want to, right?
That is allowed in that zoning, yes, sir.
Right. Now, I talked to Patrick, and he said we could start putting conditions on stuff like that. Damon, this is your district. I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm concerned about people flipping property and you're getting something out there. You get a tire sales place instead of a nice restaurant. They promised you a nice restaurant, but no, you got, stacked up tires. And it's a commercial development. So that's my concern, is the way people are, I feel like they're using us to increase their value of property and have no intent. I mean, it's all good and everything saying, well, we're gonna build this, but they don't build that. They put the for sale sign on it and get out. It's my concern. I'm just, I think we ought to find a way to put conditions on properties for the zoning issues. That's just how I feel about it.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cowan, I can tell you that this property has basically sat for a very, very long time. At least as long as I've actually lived in Newton County. It's just kind of been there. I do know, and I guess, Shana, you can correct me if I'm incorrect, once it is changed over to commercial, then at that particular point, there has to be a plat, there has to be a diagram that's actually submitted to us stating exactly what it's going to be. Like it goes to the planning committee, and then does it come back to us for a finalization on that particular project, or is it just done once we actually change it over to commercial?
So once it's rezoned to commercial, in order for them to begin development, the applicant would have to submit their land disturbance plans to our department, where it's reviewed at that time.
So
it won't necessarily come back before this board for this particular use that they're asking.
So point of clarification, I think he asked something completely different.
Right.
So he asking if he approved this zoning, this commercial zoning, the applicant has the opportunity to operate whatever that is allowed in that commercial zoning. Is that correct?
That is a possibility. However, in the ordinance, this is why we had them let us know that they're doing a restaurant and a retail establishment. It does say that at this particular hearing, they do need to present to the board, you know, what their intentions are and what business it is that they're trying to put there. So that's why we, that's why they've stated it's a restaurant and retail business.
So the attorney wanna chime in.
So just to clarify, once this is rezoned to CG, general commercial, any of the uses are allowed unless you make it a conditional zoning. But yes, it does have to go through the process with Ms. Applewhite, but just to, if you just want a yes or no, black and white, then yes, it is anything that's allowed under CG.
So are we able to put a condition at this particular point?
Yeah. You can. You want it. You can, right?
I would advise, if we want to do a conditional zoning, that we re-advertise it as a zoning with conditions, would be my recommendation.
So before we make a decision, we have to re-advertise with the condition?
Yes. Or at least with staff recommendation, so that there's a proper public hearing on it.
Okay. I got Commissioner Edwards and then Commissioner Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Applewhite, the conditions that we just saw, those go with the new owner. Whoever buys the property gets those conditions.
Yes, sir.
They migrate with the new owner, correct?
Yes, these conditions do go with the property.
These are forever.
Yes, unless they come for a modification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Cowan.
The reason I say this, it wasn't, I think it was in November or whenever, property out there off of 212 somewhere. We rezoned it. They said, oh, we're going to build a grand restaurant, da-da-da. And I went by there and there's a for sale sign up the next day. And it could be anything. It could be any use. If we don't start putting conditions on here, people are going to be using this Board of Commissioners to, no disrespect to developers, because I've done development before, but they're using the Board of Commissioners to accelerate and increase their property value, because now they can say, hey, I got commercial land for sale, and there's no conditions on it. So it's up to you, Demond. It's your district.
He can
rescind?
He can rescind his motion and ask to amend his motion. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to, because I want to, and I think Commissioner Cowan brought up a very valid point, and we do want to make sure that as we are developing our community, that we're making sure that we are sticking with what we are, the initial or original intent. So I would like to go ahead and amend that motion to table it for another 30 days where we can go back and put those conditions in place so that it can come back before this board with those intended conditions.
30 days?
Yes, 30 days would be fine.
Can I get a second, please? Yeah, Ms. You second, thank you. It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason that we table this for 30 days. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Stand table. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman.
We're gonna bring back Pastor Lett up, please. Ma'am, if you would, please come on back up for a quick second. Who had a question? Commissioner Henderson. Commissioner Henderson had a question.
Can I go to ask a question? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Reverend, the question that I have is that in the gym we have men's and women both in the gym area, I guess, as far as the women's shelter. So how do you divide the women from the guys, or the women's and children from the guys? I mean, how does that work?
At which location?
At the gym.
At the gym?
Yes, ma'am.
There is a separation there, and outside sheriff deputy being there, we do have two people that works there. They are there all night. It's covered all night from 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock the next morning.
Yes, ma'am. There was just one concern I have because I always have like for the ladies be on one side and children's and maybe the guys, if any way possible, is really not suggest a facility where you could just literally put a wall between them and put the girls and the women's and children on one side and the guys on the other side. Also, we know that sometimes the gym is being used by recreation, and so how does that kind of? I mean, how we kind of do we take the people in the warmer shelter and ask them to go up in the stands while they play basketball? I mean, I'm just trying to have an idea.
Okay, I can answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
On the when the people got there in the evening, because there was a problem, and I guess with the games, we didn't know, we wasn't told that that was going to be in the games, and so no one expected that. So once we learned that, what we did was we moved the carts from off the floor and put them back in. I think this is an area where most of the sports gear is.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the mornings, they placed them back in there because of the games in the evening.
Yes, ma'am.
And where we was going at 5, now when we serve the meals at 5:30, they have to stay there to shelter till about 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And then today, once we have the schedule, and most of the time, I guess the coaches let us know when days they're gonna be off, and they make contact with Ms. Banks and say, y'all can come over earlier, but most of the time, they don't leave the shelter about 7 or 7:30 at night.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I was just, there was kind of a concern that was kind of mentioned to me, and it was one that I wanted the opportunity to kind of talk to you, just know a little more about it. And lastly, I just want to just thank you for your service, because I can remember years ago when you started on this journey, with the late Dr. Dobbs and how far we have came and then the late Sam Ramsey and how good they were towards helping people who really were in need. And even though they're going on to heaven, we're still down here working on and on. And we appreciate and thank you, service. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
This community, as I speak to all the commissioners, have been a serious blessing to the homeless population in Newton County. It is growing, and it's growing rapidly. You heard those numbers, but also those that are in locations that are on people's property, well, that is being sort of worked on by the city. So we're going to see more visible homeless because they was like in the woods with their tents. So that is non-void now. And so we're going to see more homeless. We're going to see more on the square. We're going to see more showing up in areas that we care for them not to. So it should be, I believe it should be a discussion. What are we going to do? And it's not going to go away. If you know anything about the scripture, it said the poor will be with you always. So that means we all have work to do, and we'll always have work to do in taking care of those that are homeless and in our communities.
Yes, ma'am. And I just add this one last little note, Mr. Chairman. If we all continue to trust in God and follow people who love the homeless people, who want to help them, and let's go out and provide a decent place for them to be while we can. Thank you.
We must have a discussion.
Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you so much for your service to the community dealing with our unsheltered population. I was looking at these numbers, and my concern is more so not what you're doing, but the county in a whole. When I was in Ohio, the commissioners had apartments set for the homeless. So I don't know if that should be a plight for us here in Newton County to where we have additional facilities, because I see, looking at these numbers, that the population of the unsheltered here in Newton County is growing. And so we may have to look at how we're going to move forward. I know we're doing our comprehensive plan right now, and how we can move forward to providing facilities with the county that can house some of our unsheltered and have programs to get them back acclimated with society. Okay.
And the saddest thing is when we see women and children, and it just does something to your heart when you see a woman sleeping in a car with their children. And we see it all the time, right here in this county. You don't have to drive to Atlanta to see it. It's right here. And it's more visible now than ever been.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Pastor Lett. You know I have a heart for this area of work within our community. As a matter of fact, when I realized that the population was growing, back in 2021, I started an unsheltered job and housing initiative, working with you, working with Georgia Piedmont Technical College, getting some of those unsheltered individuals transported over to GPTC, getting them trained in a 5-week or a 15-week program. Once they graduate from that program, they're automatically placed on an actual job here in Newton County, making $16 to $28 an hour. And then, of course, working with our housing authority to ensure that we can find locations for them to get into housing that they can actually afford so that they can be reacclimated back into the community. And so starting in 2023, I'm going to really be pushing to take that initiative that I began to a whole nother level so that we can really get those individuals acclimated. Now, the issue that we are running into, of course, is housing. And so I'm now working on finding those funds where we can begin to create and establish the housing that we need for these individuals so that we can get them back into homes and they can begin to feel good about who they are. Also working with Viewpoint Health, I've come to the realization that some of these individuals are in these situations because of some mental and substance abuse issues. And so we want to definitely address those concerns as well, because we don't want them to get through this program and then they relapse because we never addressed the foundational issue. And so definitely that's something I want to continue to work with you. So this warming shelter was great. Thank you for the work that you do within our community. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you to help address this major concern that's growing within our community.
Thank you. On the mental health, the majority of what we see dealing with mental illness. I remember when this board approved, a couple of years ago, that we would have a person from mental health. They came in once a week. It helped. It was a great beneficial to us and especially to that person, because they did things like paintings. They got them involved, and they encouraged them to go to their appointments and things like that. And what we see now, these are not older people, these are young folks, but they cannot function because they have an illness. They have an illness. We partner with Viewpoint Mental Health, but we would love for you to have a conversation to bring back a counselor to that facility, to be a help to them, help to them.
Yeah, of course. Let me just jump in here right now, because I know we got to move on.
Okay.
But I had an opportunity to publicly thank this board at the last commissioner meeting we had last week, Mr. Sims, and the city of Covington, and the city council from the city of Covington, and the mayor. And now I want to take this opportunity to thank you and your staff for all that you have done in these dangerous times, because when you're talking about those type of temperatures, you're talking about the loss of life, the possible loss of life. So thank you so much. We look forward to continuing to partner with you and keep being that soldier out there fighting on the battlefield. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you. On that night when it was so cold, it was hard for me to sleep, knowing there were still others out there. I would call the 911 center, and I'll ask them to send a deputy to areas that I know where people sleep. And that was an individual female that slept on the church step. And I would call, go check on her. Just go see is she okay? Because her state of mind or mental health will not allow her to go into any facility. So I would ask them, just go check on them. There was a couple of people that I had concerns for that night. Thank you so much for all that you do for this community, commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could have our finance department come up under the leadership of Director White.
Guys, we're going to ask you why the finance department is coming. We're going to ask if you would, please, ma'am, please, sir, put your cell phones on silent. If you don't know how to do it, ask someone close to you. Let them help you do it. I don't want to have to keep doing. We don't want to have to keep doing that tonight. Go ahead, sir.
So I would like to just take this time to recognize our finance department, again, under the leadership of Director White. We received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, GFOA award. This is a high award that's given to finance departments for understanding the importance of good stewards, financial stewards with public funding, and doing a great job with it. And I would just like to recognize our team, our finance team here, for just doing a great job. Last week, we brought it up, but we thought it would be best to bring them back before you all tonight to give them their due under our leadership of our great Director White. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Brittany, to you and your team. We greatly appreciate all the long hours that you put in, you guys. And we know it's hard, but we're so thankful that we got you on board to keep us in line. So thank you so much. All right. Mr. Sims.
That concludes it tonight, sir. That concludes it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda, I'm showing number 8, unfinished business. The presenter will be Chief Michael Connor of our Fire Services.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Board.
Good evening.
This is just a formality. Miss Randy from the Great Finance Department that we just acknowledged. She said that the trucks, the board approved to purchase on the 10th because of the cost had to be spread out over 2 different board meetings.
That's correct.
And this is just bringing back what was approved on the January 10th budget to replace some of our fleet vehicles.
Thank you so much. I don't think we need another vote. It's already been voted on, but it did need to come back before the board again. So thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item that we have on the agenda is number 9, our consent agenda. We've already done 9C, but 9A and 9B, please.
Commissioners, I seek a motion that we approve the consent agenda. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item we have on the agenda is number 10. We have the presenter is Mr. Greg Mann, our IT Services Director. It's for Information Services is requesting approval of AT&T Internet Feed Bandwidth Upgrade. Cost $1,562 monthly. The funding source is going to be fiscal year 23 Information Services budget, and yes, it's budgeted.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Seeking approval for an agreement with AT&T, who currently provides our internet bandwidth, increasing from 250 megabits per second up and downstream to 1,000 megabits up and downstream for $160 per month less than what we are paying now. We would essentially be quadrupling our internet bandwidth and saving $3,800 over the length of the 24-month term.
Thank you, sir. Guys, I seek a motion, please.
Second.
It's motion by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? It passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item we have is item number 11. Our presenter is Ms. Shana Applewhite, the Interim Director of Development Services. The requesting purchasing is requesting approval of contract for CPL Architects for Development Services Consultant. The cost is not to exceed $130,000.
Director.
Thank you, Chairman. This request is for the board to approve CPL Architects as one of the companies that will be assisting us in our plan reviews within the department. And as Ms. Ham stated, is not to exceed $130,000 at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. I seek a motion, Commissioners.
I make a motion to approve CPL Architects.
Can I get a second, please? It's been motioned by Commissioner Cowell and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, the next item is item number 12. We have our presenter is Ms. Brittany White, the Finance Director. The supporting documentation is located in your rear pocket of the binder. It's for our Finance Department December 2022 financial update.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ms. Director.
Tonight I will be presenting the monthly financial report for December 2022. December is the 6th month of our fiscal year, so that puts us halfway, 50% through our fiscal year. So I will start with the general fund revenues. To date, our general fund revenues are at $40.1 million, so that puts us right at 47.96% of our projected revenues for the year, so we're right on target. And these are just two graphs that show the revenues per month. So you can see we do tend to get revenue heavy in October, November, December, and then January will also be another revenue heavy month because that's when our property taxes start rolling in. And the graph down below just shows budget to actual to date. And for our general fund expenditures, to date we are at $40.4 million, which is 47.88. So we're also right on track at that 50% margin with our expenditures as well. And then this shows the expenditures per month. So they're more evenly spread across than the revenues are. And then the graph below shows our actuals to budget. And for the total, right now, our revenues are under $270,000. So we are right at, our revenues and our expenditures are pretty much spot on, even with each other right now at this point in the year. For our three enterprise funds, our water fund, to date, their revenue is $5 million. Their expenses to date are $3.4 million. For our solid waste fund, their revenue to date is around $4 million, and their expenses to date are $2.9 million. And then for the Gaithers and Factory Shoals fund, their revenue to date is $182,000, and their expenses to date are $106,000. We currently still have 2 active SPLOST since we haven't started collecting on 2023 quite yet. So our remaining balance in the 2011 SPLOST is $1,026,000, and there's one remaining project in that, which is the historic jail. Our current remaining budget for the 2017 SPLOST is $38.3 million, I think is what that says. That's really small. And then our collections to date is $86.3 million. So our collections are actually $27.8 million over what our original projection was at this point in collections. And we'll collect on the 2017 SPLOST up and through June, and then we'll start with the 2023 SPLOST. And then in our impact fee fund, we currently have a fund balance there of $4.7 million. So that wraps up my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders?
Quick question, and maybe for the county manager and you also, Ms. White, what is the plan for the impact fees for 2023? Because a lot of building is being built on the west side. So what is the plans for the funding as far as recreation and building up and providing the needs of the community?
Yeah, we're actually currently, right now, they have, Shayna's department has contracted with a consultant. We're reworking the impact fee. But these current buckets will stay what they are. Majority of the money here is in roads in the impact fee because they all have buckets. So in the bucket for roads is 3.4, which is the majority. The Parks and Recs is 976,000 is what they have in their bucket. And I know Recreation has some ongoing projects that are working on the impact fee fund, and so they're kind of prioritizing according to the comprehensive plan, and they're funding them from there.
But just to add to what the director stated, Commissioner, we are having currently a study being done on our impact fees, and it might yield some different things based on the study.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cowell. Yes, sir.
The historic jail, is there a plan in place to get anything going on that?
I'll let somebody else answer that.
I'll do my very best attempt. So we are supposed to be following up with actually the chairman regarding that matter. We're supposed to be having some further discussions about that. One of the things that when I got here, we recognized that we were having our voters vote for SPLOST 23. We had an outstanding project on SPLOST 11, and we still had a few outstanding projects on 17. So we recognize that we need to kind of go ahead and close up these outstanding projects on our existing SPLOST to go ahead and move forward and focus on 2023 SPLOST, and that's what we plan on doing.
So, I was told that, 4-H.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay. So
when are you gonna have somebody over there doing some work?
For historic,
Yes.
what the chairman stated, I did receive a call regarding an interest from 4-H about potentially being at that site location. We're supposed to bring some ideas back before this board on some potential opportunities for that location.
Okay. Let me see if I got this right. Okay, the outside's been renovated, the inside needs to be renovated. Who is the contractor and when are they gonna start on that? I don't care about who we lease it to or whatever the uses are. I'm interested in getting the building functional. So, what's the timeline? Where are we at?
If we can follow back up with you on that one, sir, your question, if I can follow back up with you on that one, to give you a more definite response.
Okay.
Commissioner Sanders. No, I'm not you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Commissioner, I forgot. I'm sorry. Commissioner Henderson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. C. Well, my question is Gators Plantation Myrtle Farms. And it seems to me that there's somewhat new account. So how do we know what money being spent, who's leasing it, and what it's being leased for? And I talked to some of my colleagues throughout the state of Georgia, and it's my understanding, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, because I always like to be corrected, especially on something like this, is that we're the only county out of 159 counties that have a functional plantation that takes in over, what is it, right, over $300,000 a year.
We do not have.
Is it 300,000, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry?
It takes in about $300,000 a year. That, what exactly do, what is what is the money paying for? I'm still behooved on that one. And I know that the nonprofits, most of them, does not used to get about $32,000. You know, they put in the paperwork, so $40,000 a year, have about $3,333.33 a month, which they haven't received anything for about 9 months. So what are we doing over there that is so important that we take our tax payers' dollars and spend it over there? Are we going around to the plantation homes over there and looking at them and shooting a movie with somebody? You know, I had hoped in my years that we had, as a community, as a county, and I love this county, this is my home, that we got past that and stopped spending our taxpayer dollars on a plantation. So, you know, there's got to be some kind of accountability there by somebody. I mean, that's why we're up here. And so I'm asking for that accountability for the taxpayers' dollars and cents. So, Interim County Manager Sim, if you would be so kind, and I think I may have asked for this before, but maybe Ms. Jackie would make a note. Could you bring me a document that just kind of tell me how is money being spent over there and what is being spent on? Because I think $100,000 at a plantation that basically nobody that I know is getting any kind of use off of it. In fact, the people that I know right here in town are scared to go over there. But let me know how it's being spent. And if you could make a note and tell me what advantages or what the need is, or how does it help the peoples of Newton County. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 13, please.
Okay, the next item is the FY 2024 budget calendar. I'm gonna have Brian pull that up on the screen. So it's already budget time. I started preparing for budget last week. So the first thing usually for budget is the creation of the calendar, so I'm seeking approval on the calendar. There's a lot of different dates on here, but the key dates for the Board of Commissioners that you would need to be involved in would be, let's see, really starting in March 28th, 29th, and 30th would be when we would hold our usual budget workshop dates. Then April 18th, we would have a BOC work session that would kind of follow the conversations that we had from the budget workshops and kind of get a feel for where the board is wanting to head with the budget. Then we would also hold a citizens budget workshop that same evening. Then the plan would be to start presenting the budget on May 16th. Then we would have to hold 2 public hearings. The first public hearing would be on May 23rd, and then the second one would be May 30th with also the adoption of the FY24 budget. This is also tentative, dates can change, but this would be the initial calendar.
Thank you. You making a motion? Can I get a motion? So we can get Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also just wanted to include that last time, some of the feedback that we received from this board was the engagement from the community. So what we would also like to do is have some citizen engagement on both sides of our county, if possible, the western side of our county, the eastern side of our county, just added involvement from our citizens so they can have the input as it relates to our budget.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, please? It's been motion by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? Commissioner Sanders.
Mine is more so a comment, and maybe someone can probably give me the information. I was speaking to some previous commissioners, and they told me that they used to sit down and do the budget. Is there a reason why commissioners not involved in the budget now, in the process of assisting with the budget? Because I was shocked to even hear that. They said they used to sit down, and the previous commissioners before I came on board used to sit down and do the budget. Is there a reason why commissioners are not involved in this process?
Yeah, those same commissioners changed the form of government. Yeah. So it's in the form in our you want to do this? Because no, it says the chairman and the county manager and the finance director present a budget.
Correct.
Present a budget to the commissioners, to the board.
I'm sorry, I'm talking off the mic. It says present, but it doesn't say that the commissioners cannot be involved in the process.
It don't say they can either.
Yeah, but
it does specify that the chairman, the finance director, and the county manager.
Okay, because my concern is we're voting on a budget that's put before us, and we should be involved in something that we vote on, just like some of the other things. And even this board can change the form of government again if they wanted to, with a supermajority vote. So that's my only concern, is that we're voting on stuff that's presented to us and we're not involved in the initial process. And I completely agree with you what it says, but it does say we cannot be involved in that process.
So it don't specify that until it's specified that it does, that the commissioners does, then we can do that. But it don't. It doesn't say that you do. It does specify that the chairman, the county manager, and the finance director. So, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the budget calendar, where we have the, if you can scroll up just a little bit, Brian.
I'm sorry. No. He got the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Right where it says March 28th, March 29th, and March 30th, where we will actually have those budget workshops from 9 to 5 and then 9 to 12. So the budget that is presented to the Board of Commissioners, are we able to actually make recommendations for changes to the budget during that budget workshop so that we can actually participate in the actual editing or changes or recommendations to the actual budget that's presented to us.
That's correct.
So at that time, during the budget workshop, the Board of Commissioners can actually make recommendations or changes at that time.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just have one more statement in regards to that. The only issue that I have with that, when I've also asked, could we go line by line to go over things? We don't do that here. We don't go through it line by line so it can be actually talked about, each individual item. So that's the issue in regards to that budget.
So when we do those workshops, the commission has the opportunity to ask any questions they want to. When they go through, when they get their packet and go over it, at home, they got the opportunity to write down any questions they want to ask and bring it before this, the entire board. I got Mr. Sims, and then I got you, Commissioner Edwards.
One thing I can add is that some communities, and it's something for consideration before this board, we could have before the Board of Commissioners a survey of priorities to make sure that the budget reflect you all's priority. So if public safety, if leisure, if our infrastructure, if these are the priorities, then the budget will reflect you all's overall majority priorities. And we could have a brief survey for you all, ranking of the top 3 or 4 priorities based on this board, and then our budget would reflect that.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brittany, can we, I'm not able to attend every minute of every budget session, so it's during the week. But is there any way we can have an initial spreadsheet, and then anytime there's a meeting adjourned, or you and the chairman and the county manager get together, and we and the department heads for that matter, and make a change, then we can create a new tab, just say copy and move to the end, you know what I mean, in the spreadsheet, and reflect those changes, so that we've got, every time we make a change, we've got a new tab.
So,
especially as it relates to the meetings in here.
our software system does something similar to that. So what it does is we have 5 levels set up in our software system. So it starts at the department head level, and then it moves to like the finance level. So I usually make the first initial changes. So if I see a department put in that one of their contracts is for $500 a month, but I know it's $200 a month, then I make those small changes to not burden the board to do that. And then it usually moves to a county manager level, and then it moves to a preliminary, good, you know what I'm saying, and then a final. So it's able to do that, but it may not be as detailed as you're wanting it to be.
I don't need every department line item. I just need to see the department's total budget and how it changed from one meeting to the next.
Yeah, we could definitely do that.
And it doesn't have to be every single day, but at least every meeting we have. When the changes are made, you guys make changes, between meetings.
Yeah.
Or proposals between meetings. I'd like to see those proposed changes in a spreadsheet if possible.
Yeah, and I usually do something like that. I have an ongoing spreadsheet that I usually have tabs on that have dates on them, and then I make notes beside them on what we've done. So yeah, we could definitely do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Any more discussions? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Chairman, the next item is number 14, and that's also Ms. Brittany White as well as Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this particular agenda item is providing a update on our 2023 SPLOS. We have listed our Tier 1 as well as our Tier 2 projects. We also have our project manager, Mr. Jeff Prime, here. Based on the approval of the SPLOS, we had identified projects that we thought would be the Tier 1, Tier 2 projects, as well as our bonded projects. And if we can show you all that particular slide. The purpose of having this agenda before you all, we want to provide full transparency as well as have you all involved with our SPLOS 2023. The previous conversations with the previous SPLOS, we think that the feedback that we received is that if we have a plan in place that you all can see how we're moving towards the projects, how we plan on implementing the projects, it would allow our citizens to know what's happening with our particular projects. So that's the reason why we have this agenda before you all. It's the one which says tier 1 and tier 2.
Commissioner Sanders.
Can you go back to the chart, if you don't mind? So the lines are, what are they symbolizing? That you've worked on it? I know shaded area normally means something, so I just want to know what the shaded area is.
So we have our project manager. This is a proposed project schedule, and we'll have him talk about this, as well as the tier 1 projects. I think it's important for us to discuss what are the tier 1 projects, what are the tier 2 projects, and we're going to have that presentation before you all shortly.
So to answer your question, so this is basically a schedule. So what we're talking about is each of those shaded area represents 1 month.
Okay.
And so it's a task. So if you were to look at, like, for instance, countywide park improvements, the first task would be to put out an RFP for a design builder. And that would take us from, if we were approved, we would start in February and have it awarded at the April meeting. And then we would start the project design and pre-construction phase for those next few months. And then we'd go out for construction on those projects. So what we've done is for each of the projects that are proposed in Tier 1, we've put together this detailed schedule. If we're looking at the next one in line, it's the Senior Services Enrichment Center. Once again, we would do a RFP for a design builder. And then in this particular case, we would have to go through a property identification and assessment phase of that project to identify where on the west side of the county it would go. Once we had completed that, then we'd go into design and then construction. Our goal would have that project completed in the third quarter of 25. Let me keep going, or you want to go with this?
Yes, so on the board now that we have before you all are the tier 1 projects as well as the bonded projects, and Director White, we can go over those particular projects.
So in the first, the very last column, we'll start with the very right-hand column, would be the bonded projects. I'm just now getting in conversations with the bond council. So the bond process usually takes around 45 to 60 days. You are allowed to start bonding projects technically before you start collections, because our first collection will not probably roll in until August, because the state will collect in July and then they'll disperse us August. So the bonded projects on this spreadsheet are general government fleet replacement, half of the public safety fleet replacement, which would be the sheriff's portion. The fire portion would be the fire trucks that Chief Connor has put on the agenda, and those have a 3-year build time, so there would really not be a need to bond those projects. Let's see, 3.5 for countywide park improvements, $4 million for the Senior Services Enrichment Center, $3 million for the Westside Community Park, $2 million for the Southside Park, and then $5 million for the Community Water Park. So those would be projects we could kick off right off the bat. Then the Tier 2 projects, which we could fund with cash. Once the cash starts rolling in, we'll receive roughly probably 1.5 to 1.8 million per month on collections. So we had started talking about funding the lower projects. So that would, like the lower amount projects. So that would be the admin building for 2.3, the centralized storage for 1.9, the animal services expansion for $1,075,000, Nelson Heights improvements for $1 million, Newton Trails for $1 million, and then Washington Street for $1 million.
Brittany, can you talk about about the collections and what kind of time period it would take to collect the funds to do those projects?
So yeah, that would be a 6 to 7 month collection time to fund those projects. So like I said, we would start collecting in August, and then the period of those projects would take somewhere in probably the area of 6 to 7 months to complete, have enough cash to flow them.
Thank you. Mr. Sims?
And the only thing I would just want to add is that some of the feedback that we had when we were having the presentations on this particular SPLOST projects is that it takes a long time for our citizens to see the projects come into fruition. And we thought we would start off on the gate with letting people know what projects are going to take off and they can see them. And we also have with our public information officer, Mr. Fazio, now we have brief mapping, we call story maps, on all of our different SPLOST projects. So we can just show, highlight particular projects. Our citizens can see what we're doing.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, guys? Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The question I have is, as I looked on the projects, it was Aura Cousin Community Center. And that was one of the projects that we, the commissioners, I think, we got together and we added that on, the 8 million on that one. And we were wanting it to be bonded. In fact, I think when we did it, we said this is what we want to do. I think, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, I always say that. Commissioner Cowles and I went over to the building, and the heap of the building, we thought they just needed probably be painted up because it really looked good. Maybe possibly a little bit of wiring, since I talked to county manager, interim county manager Sims, and he sent me an email back that that it couldn't be used, especially the cafeteria area. And I was thinking, I said, how can you not use all the rest of it when we got so many folks out there? But the $8 million, and when we put it back on the splash, and I think we said 10, but it ended up being 8. We put it back on the splash. We also went so far and said this is how we wanted it to kind of look, the $8 million that we put back on, if it was approved by the voters. And we talked a little bit about, we handed out the flyer, and said this goes with what we said we want over at Cousin. And I think the last piece of it was by Commissioner Cowan. I hate to keep using his name. Commissioner Cowan was that we wanted to have a meeting, but this is what we want to do so far. So I documented it and make sure that, and I requested it be a part of the minutes that I wanted Mr. Prime, who was going to, I guess, restore that particular building, and all others, to look at, so they'd be on the same page as for what we wanted for that particular building, the Aura Cousins Community Center, and how we wanted to be renovated and a little stuff added on to it. And we wanted to be bonded along with the other projects, because this was one of the projects that we wanted to make sure that the citizens of Newton County knew that we had forgot them, and that there was a part of restoring that particular building to a certain degree in an underserved area of the community. And so I guess it's a long kind of question, but where we're at and could we bond it so we can start work on it whenever, as soon as possible.
So, Commissioner Henderson, that can be bonded project if that's the will of the board. The projects that we also have identified per you all's recommendation are projects that we can get done. The $8 million for the Cousin project might not be enough for the entire project. So we would probably need, we would need additional funding for that particular project. The projects that we've identified, bonding projects, are projects that we can go ahead and get those projects completed. And the funding amount is exactly what would be, the amount of the particular project. That was the rationale for those bonded projects. I think that the team, if they want to add anything else, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a little bit. I personally thought that when we were talking, and I think we mentioned was about the bonding, and you had said that it could be done, and for that particular building, and I thought there was consensus of the board at that time that it would be bonded along with the other projects that were gonna be bonded and started up on. And you said it cost more. We said then that it costed more than $8 million to do it. We estimated, I think Mr. Prime said about 12 million. But you said 8, but we weren't talking about a 3-story building. We were talking about renovating a good portion of it, painting, et cetera, make it look good, and taking off that back part where the DMV is at, and possibly, if the money will allow us to do it, build a nice place for alumni, the senior alumni association that wanted to be placed somewhere in that particular building. So we were hoping that we could get with Mr. Prime and we start mapping out what we could put there rather than just putting some there with maybe we didn't originally intend for it to be there by placing it back on the splash ballot.
So the original master plan that we worked with R.L. Cousins for the entire campus was a $16 million project. At one point, we tried to narrow it down to 10. We ended up with the 8 million that you see today. So we know that, and they know that we would have to do some phasing of that project. And to your point, at the appropriate time when that project is underway, we would work with them to prioritize how we spend the funds. One of the things we talked about was, to the extent that we were to do the community building, we may have to do that in 2 phases instead of 1. But that would be a prioritization that we would do with them. And they made it clear renovating the historic building was a high priority to them. So those are the kind of things that we would work with them on. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just, and lastly, I didn't intend to have a debate on this, but we looked at what the project plans, Ron and myself, and we looked at them, and we decided we didn't want all that.
That's right.
But we decided we want to go through the building, make it nice, do a very nice entrance, front entrance, paint it up, have a portion of it for incubator businesses, and the cafeteria was to be saved and stop right there at Costa if we were going to have to take out part, start right at Costa and maybe build something new, but no 3-story building. So we looked at that and took that out. 3-story part. So that's why we wanted to have a conversation, hopefully with you, Mr. Prime, in order to show you what we believe, where we believe it should look, and the renovations should be did over at R.L. Cousins, historic R.L. Cousins, which is a part of our community. It has been ever since I was alive. So that's kind of where we was at, and so we think we couldn't do that unless we had you there.
That's fine. We can.
That was all.
I'll work with the county manager and we'll make sure.
And we got the paperwork. We got the paperwork and what we suggested that we passed out to all of the commissioners before then. And so that was the scope of work that we feel like we needed.
Okay. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Brittany.
Yeah, as finance, I just think it's important to say this, and I just want to say it just so the board's aware. We did, when we budgeted for the SPLOST, we had budgeted to initially bond around $25 million. So the numbers that we built the SPLOST around were bonding that. I mean, it's obviously the board's will to bond whatever projects they want to, but we probably need to try to stay around that $25 million mark, because especially interest rates have gone much higher than they were when we started this process a year ago. So we're probably going to be even looking at more interest, because for instance, on the public safety fleet replacement, the original amount was 8.4 without interest. Interest put it to 9.5. So you're looking at around probably 1.1 million for an $8.4 million project in interest. So those numbers have been pre-built in. So anything over that, we would definitely have to start seeking funding sources.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Do we need a motion? Guys, we need a motion.
Motion
for what?
Yeah.
You voting on this You voting on the SPLOST project list? So what now? The three tiers. The 3 tiers, yeah. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason.
Have a question.
Any more discussion?
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is, would this include the bonding of RL Cousins?
No, it would include everything that's on this list.
I understand, so how do we get to that point? Because I'm trying to make sure that
There's a motion on the floor to approve it as it is. Now, if you want to make a substitute motion, you can.
No, I'm not trying to make a substitute motion. I'm just trying to make sure to the citizens of Newton County, the ones who like or love our cousins, saying we love Newton County high, to make sure that their project is going to be on or be a part of starting up first. And I was just asking was by approving this list, would our cousin be a priority? It's all. I mean, it's a simple question.
It's not a way of bonding project. If you approve this list.
No, it's not on here. If you approve this list, it's not on here.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the list with consideration given to bonding RL Cousins, because that's what I think that's critical in this area.
So this is the thing, sir. If you're gonna make a motion that we include RL Cousins, I think you probably need to make a motion that we include it. But when you say considering, you just leave it too.
Okay, include.
You leave it too open. Okay. So, Brittany just stated that there may be some things if we do that need to come off this list. Is that correct? For financial purposes?
It would be my suggestion to stay at a bond amount around 25 million and shift the projects around. You're welcome to bond more if you want to, but like I said, we don't have the funding built in for that.
But wasn't RL Cousins on the SPLOST list?
Yes, it is on the SPLOST list.
So we
it
got
will be a
revenue
project.
coming in to pay the bond. And actually, all these projects have revenue coming in to pay the bonds. Is that correct? Okay. So it's not like we're coming out of our pocket or the county's pocket to pay it. It's coming out of the SPLOST revenues. Is that correct?
Correct, but like I said, when we built the SPLOST list, we built in interest to the project. So for instance, the first one where it says general government fleet replacement, we built in 300,000+ to pay for that interest. So we have built in interest on 25 million, not 30 million, 35 million, 40 million. So you're looking at probably, like I said, the interest on the public safety fleet replacement at 8.4 was around 1.1 million. So you probably would be looking at roughly an extra $1 million to bond the 8 million additional.
So Brittany, let's make sure we give all the information. All right. So those funds that you're going to utilize to pay the debt, if we go up in, there's the other items that's in the other column here. Those are the funds that we're going to use to pay for the administration building, the Nelson Heights. Is that Nelson Heights? Nelson Heights, the trails, Washington Street. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. So those would be funded with cash, because that's the thing, you collect over a SPLOST for 6 years. So you're not fully collected until usually around year 6 or until you meet your collection amount. So the bond just allows you to start projects early that you may have to wait 2 or 3 years to cash flow. So that, I mean, they're all going to be projects that are funded under the SPLOST. The bond just allows you to start them now versus 3 years from now.
Right.
Let me get Mr. Sims. Let me get Mr. Sims. I'm sorry?
I made a substitute motion. I gotta vote on it.
Do you got a second? You got a second? You second? Okay. Any discussion? Mr. Sims, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I just want to state that all of the projects are approved SPLOST projects, which means they will be funded by SPLOST. What we're doing now, we've identified the bonded projects that we can go ahead and start on these particular projects first. If it's the will of the board, Cousins project could be a project that it's not necessarily a bonded project, but it could be a priority project based on the board that we can make sure that that's a project that's moving forward as well. We want to recognize the smaller bonded projects. If you look at the dollar amount, if you look at some of the projects that we've identified, bonded projects, those are projects that we can get approved and we can move fast on. If you look at some of the other projects, such as transportation, such as Cousins, these particular projects will require more time, even with the design, with the discussions. That's why those particular projects were not identified as bonded projects. The other bonded projects are very straightforward projects that we can go ahead and get those projects completed rather fast. That's why they're listed as bonded projects. All of the projects are important to us. We don't have no hierarchy of a project. They're all projects that are approved by our citizens at SPLOST, and we just want to get all the projects completed.
Wait a minute. I got Commissioner. You done? Okay.
I have a question.
Okay. I got you next. Commissioner Sanders, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that, I represent District 3, I have to say it, because this district has been scarce in projects for years. So I just want to make sure that whatever we're doing, that at least, I would like for all of them to be done, but I have to speak up about this. So I want to make sure, I'm sorry, you were about to say something. Okay.
I think we have
You have a fix.
Oh, you have a solution? Okay.
So we could possibly, instead of the first priority column being 6 to 7 months, we could look at that on like a year schedule. So you're probably looking more along the lines of 16 million, 17 million instead of 8.3 million down there. So Jeff was mentioning he could possibly scoot some of the projects back, and we could work Cousins into that, but all of that would occur. So pretty much start August 2023 and then go into August 2024. We should be able to have all of those, including Cousins, on that first year. Yeah.
So if you would look at that where it says first priority cash, we would move the RL Cousins 8 million over to it. Instead of 6 to 7 months, we would say 1 year. And what that will allow us to do is start RL Cousins this year. As you know, you got to go through, you got to hire a consultant, you got to go through a design and public process, and then to get it somewhere close to where you can start construction. That buys us enough time roughly from a cash flow to be able to keep all the projects that we've got listed here and balance it.
Which is the same thing. Yeah, the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, we're really not changing anything except just the time frame. Because with this list, we were more looking at short term, so within the year 2023. So this just puts us out about halfway through 2024.
It's the same thing. Any more discussion? It's on them.
Well, yes, I'm just being clear, because you want it in writing, because I've learned from this board that you can get it in writing, and then the next day you don't have it. And it's very important to me that I don't continue to tell my constituents lies, and well, hey, we voted on it, and we're gonna get it, and you don't get nothing. I can remember that $1 million. So they get it, yeah. That $1 million we voted on that they don't got.
So we're gonna let Commissioner Coward's motion stand as it is, and it was seconded by Commissioner.
To the attorney, how can we make sure that RL Cousins
just did
is gonna within that 1 year, I guess 1 year period, at some point be done?
No, he just did. He just added RL Cousins to this
That's all it take. I'm asking
in
the
the term
attorney.
too. Yeah.
Cause I kind of trust this young lady. Patrick wasn't so good for me.
Jeff wants to clarify something.
Just want to clarify, what this allows us to do is start the project, move R.L. Cousins over to where we could start the project this year. Not finish it in a year, but get it started. Remember, that project, under the best case scenario, is, 18 plus months to go through the process of selecting and designing and public input and then going out for construction. So I just wanted to make sure that, I just don't want to get expectations that this would allow us to complete the project in a year. We'll do our best to get it, we'll get it underway and get it completed a lot sooner this way than we would have if we'd have left it where it was.
Let me just tell y'all, everybody's saying the same thing. Everybody's saying the same thing. We are. So all the projects that's identified here will get done. It may take maybe 6 months longer, 6 months to a year, maybe.
Yeah,
longer.
because we'll need to cash flow, because, like you start with the design build, and then once construction amps up is when the cash really starts flowing.
And have we, Mr. Chairman?
No, Commissioner
So
Sanders.
have we identified which ones are starting? I'm sorry, I know it showed up on the screen, but it went away. The other part, the one where you have the shaded area, which ones are starting first? What projects are going to start soon?
So basically, the schedule that you saw earlier was for the bond projects, tier 1.
Okay.
So those are the ones that, if approved tonight, we would get started in February.
Okay.
We would start the process of putting out RFPs, selecting consultants, design builders, and as you can see on this right here, it gives you an estimation, because things can change. We want to, public input may, whatever. But this gives you an estimation of the time it would take to go through each of these steps and complete those projects. We will do the same type of development of a schedule for the other projects as well. But this was the priority for tonight, to make sure we got this going, because these start now. The other ones will start around, August of this year, this process.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is item number 15, presented by Mr. Chester Clegg, our Transportation Director. Public Works is requesting approval to contract with Colliers Engineering and Design to negotiate the acquisition of easements for the Yellow River Trail project. It is time sensitive for January 17th, cost $72,750, and the funding source is 100% 2017 SPLOST.
Thank you. Thank you, Chester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in order to move forward with the Yellow River Trail project, we wanted to start by acquiring some easements for the trail. And the area we wanted to start with goes from Porterdale up to the interstate, I-20, and then across from the river over to Fairview Road. And it'll tie into the proposed multi-use trail that goes along Fairview Road. There are about 26 properties, and I had those attached to the packet. They're involved that will need to approach the owners to purchase the easements. We wanted to hire a consultant to do the negotiations, just like we do right-of-way for roadways. And I got prices from 3 different consultants: Colliers, Atlas, and BM&K. And Colliers was the least expensive at $72,750. They're used to doing GDOT work and are very experienced in getting easements in right-of-way. The consultant will get a signed settlement agreement, and then we'll bring the settlement agreements to the board for approval to move forward to closing. And Gerard and Davis will be the ones that do the closing for us, as they always do. So I'm requesting that the approval by the board to proceed with the easement acquisition for the Yellow River Trail by contracting with Colliers to do the easement acquisition.
Thank you, sir. Guys, let's seek a motion, please. Thank you, sir. Can I get a second? It's been motioned by Commissioner Henderson and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
Chairman, the next item on the agenda is item number 16, presented by Mr. Jarvis Sims, our interim county manager. It's discussion and consideration for approval, contract for Barry Dunn, the strategic plan contract for Newton County Board of Commissioners. The contract amount is not to exceed $67,600.
Thank you. Mr. Sims?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have this agenda item before you all regarding an update to our strategic plan. We submitted RFP proposals for this back in October of last year. We had 6 submissions for RFPs. Our committee interviewed 2 companies. Based on our criteria of the RFP, the price, and the overall presentation, Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker were selected to provide our strategic plan.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, I seek a motion. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? I got 5 and I got 2 first. First 2. Yep. I got him and then I got you. All right. Commissioner Cow, go ahead.
Okay, here's my problem. I think that the Foster group that was here before is a sole provider because they spent about 6 to 8 months developing the strategic plan, and now we're going to bring in somebody else to redo it again. I don't like that. I think we've got a good plan. We've had a good plan in place, and now we're talking about bringing in new consultants to look at the whole thing again and come up with something different. I don't like it. I think all we needed is an update of what we have. I think they were a sole provider. I didn't think you needed to go out and get somebody for that because they already did it. They're unique. And it's just a waste of time and money, in my opinion, so I'm not going to support it.
All right, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask what's the funding source, because I don't see it here.
Our director can kind of Director White talk about the funding source. So if I can answer Commissioner Cowan's question, based on our consultation with legal and our current procurement policy, we had to go out to RFP based on the dollar amount, which we did. We opened it up to any providers who provide this particular service, where we had on our website as far as to submit proposals. You are, you're correct as far as the previous provider for our strategic plan. We did have discussions with them about providing a updated plan. For whatever reason, we did not receive that, and we are going with or proposing before you all the plans that we received.
The funding source, some way.
Funding source.
So the funding source, because this project is going to obviously span over this fiscal year. So the first portion of this funding source is in the BOC budget for FY23. We did build that into the budget, and because we knew we would need to start a new strategic plan, and then the remaining contract price would fall in the FY24 budget.
And so in addition to that, would it be least expensive for us, instead of creating a new plan, to actually just maybe have someone to come in and take what we have and maybe edit, tweak? So would that be more cost effective to just tweak what we have versus having someone come in and redo an entirely new plan? And if so, do we know what that cost would be to just tweak what we already have?
So basically, the way the RFP was, it read that you would come in, wrap up the old strategic plan, so evaluate what we finished, what we didn't, and then you would build a new plan off that. So that was the way the RFP was written.
And legal recommended that we do it that way.
Well, yes. And then legal also recommended that we move forward with, that staff move forward with presenting the RFP to the board as it was bid out and as it was bid on. And then once we make our recommendations, the board is at liberty to go as they wish.
Let me jump in for a quick second. I don't think legal recommended that we bid out a new plan. They might have recommended that we go out to bid, but not a new plan, because really we're supposed to update that plan, not really build a new plan. But I did want to put that out there. I'm sorry, go ahead. That's all you had? I think it was Commissioner Sanders.
Okay, I just would like to, and my apologies if this was sent to us, but I try to read everything. I would like to see the work of these individuals, like what counties have they worked with. I would like to see background, because I was just talking to the attorney. I was like, I'm in the wrong business. I don't need to be consulting with the government, because the amount that we are paying for this. So I would love to see information in regards to the company, their background. And I am looking at some of their info. I think this is them here. No, it's GDOT. But I would like to know what governments they have worked with before.
Okay, I got you coming. I got Commissioner Henderson, Commissioner Cowell, and then Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Ms. C. You know, we hire consultants in Lee County. This board do everything. And in fact, we pay more to consultants than we help in the shelter. Then we trying to help the folks who need pay their rental assistance. I mean, we just got consultants. And it seems to me is that we are hiring one consultant to do the same thing that the last one did. And at some point, I think we're spending a lot of money that, I don't know, but I believe we probably could do some of the stuff in-house or locally, and it would save us probably lack of a better word, a ton of money. Probably not hiring this consultant. We stop using all of these consultants, because the bigger bulk of these consultants taking a whole lot of our tax dollars and sent to another county, and we're getting no results from it. We hiring consultants on this. We hire consultants over there for the Salvation Army, and about $300,000 that supposedly got missing, and we haven't had a report yet. So if we're gonna hire a consultant, let's hire one for that to find out where our money went and how can we get it back. Those are the type of consultants that we need. Somebody's gonna help us, rather than somebody keep on trying to tell us how we should act, what we should do, how we should spend the money. And when really and truthfully that being the case, you don't need an elected official. You need to just hire a consultant to do what we're doing. So I don't like the idea of continuing hiring consultants. And most of them, we don't even know what to do. So I think we take a long thought process of maybe not hiring as many consultants until we have information on them. Thank you.
Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to say this. We're just doing an update of the existing plan. Okay, that's been all my notion the whole time. We're doing an update of an existing plan. I don't know what your RFQ said when it went out. But if you ask for somebody to redo the plan, throw that out, because we don't need that. We spent 8 months putting that plan together with city, county, school board people,
Citizens.
and I ain't doing that again. That's a long time. We got a good plan in place. We need to have some adjustments to it just to make sure that we know that we're still on track with things. But we've got probably one of the best plans in place. I have worked with the Fosters group many, many years. From the time when JC was at the city and I was at the city, we kept using UGA. No offense to the football team, but their Institute of Government needs some work. Okay. I got tired, and the last session I went to over there, they did the same old thing. They actually come in and did a good job asking people, meeting with people in the community. There were representative meetings on the strategic plan. That thing was well done. And to me, the idea of redoing it and doing something different, I ain't doing it. I ain't gonna vote for it, and y'all go do what you want to do.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, if we, what kind of time frame are we under to have the consultants put in place? And I have a follow-up question for that too.
So we're not on a real rigid timeline, but we would like movement on the plan. Our current plan ended 2022, so we would like, this quarter to kind of start having a plan in place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So in order for us to talk through some issues, desires, requests as commissioners, probably via email, right? So through those various communications with the chairman, the county manager, and Brittany, and again, all the commissioners, well, I would like to make a substitute motion. We table this for a period of 60 days until we can.
Would you like to hear from the attorney first?
Yes, please.
So if y'all would like today, y'all can deny and not approve this contract, and then give direction to the county manager to figure out how much an update would be with the current consultants. That is an option, or you could table it and give them the same direction.
Can I ask one more question?
He got a motion. He got a motion.
Could I amend my secondary motion?
Yeah.
Could we table this for a period of 30 days?
You can get a second. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been a motion that we table this for 30 days by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Discussion. First, Mr. Sims, go ahead.
As far as what the county attorney stated, is that part of the substitute motion as far as tabling and then having us submit or contact the current strategic planners and see how much they would charge us to do an update, if that could be a part of it?
So moved as stated by the county manager and the county attorney.
Second. Thank you. It's been motioned now that we table this with the stipulations that the county attorney suggested, and second by Commissioner Mason. Discussion now, Commissioner. No, well, you know what? Let me go back to Commissioner Sanders because she.
Okay.
Just want to make sure, is 30 days going to be enough? Because are we going to, if you happen to find out that we need to put out another bid based on the information that you seek, is 30 days going to be enough? Is going to be my question for that. And I just want to clear up something I said. I'm a consultant, and my real work outside of here, when I said that I wanted to, I'm in my wrong line of business. I mean, I don't consult to government. So I want to make sure I clear that, because everybody take your words and run with it. But my question is regards to, is that enough time for you to?
Yes, I think it should be enough time. We will reach out to our existing partners with our plan right away and see if they can provide us some numbers as far as an update on the plan.
Okay. Commissioner Cowan now.
Okay, here's my question. Does our financial policy provide for a sole provider?
It does.
Okay. The people that wrote the policy, that wrote the plan, are the sole provider. That's who you should be talking to. That's just how I feel about it.
I think sometimes that can be left up to interpretation because sole source is basically.
Okay,
how
sole
it
source.
was.
They wrote the plan, they put the plan in place, and we're out here getting quotes to do another whole plan. That just is insane. No disrespect to anybody, but I just don't like it.
Okay, so guys, so here we are. So let's make sure we get everything cleared up. So exactly what you just said is exactly what Commissioner Edwards just tabled to do. So now Mr. Sims is going to go back and contact the foster team, and he's going to bring that back before the board in 30 days, if not sooner. Any more discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Stand table for 30 days. Thank you, Brittany. It's 5-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is number 18, alcohol beverage license. Number 18 is the final reading for District 2, Walgreens, number 12621, 12955, Brownbridge Road, Covington, Georgia, 30016. The applicant is Clayton Schwint.
Commissioner Mason. Commissioner Mason.
I'm like,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to, man, I didn't make the best move now.
Since you just read it, you can just say so moved.
So moved.
Thank you, sir.
You know, I'm so used to reading the whole thing, that's why.
Yeah. It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, we do have number 19, the final reading, Flash Foods, Circle K, District 2, 4175 Salem Road, Covington, Georgia, 30016. The licensee is Misty Wilson.
So moved.
Thank you, sir. It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Next, we have citizens' comments. This opportunity that we allow citizens to come up and make comments. You may come at this time. Please state your name and your address for the record, please. There is a 3-minute time limit. Please come and state your name and your address.
Good afternoon. How are y'all doing?
Good evening.
My name is Thelma Starnala. My address is 3163 Stone Mountain Street. I know everything takes time, but since you got a consultant and hopefully she's got everything in place, but the last time she came, she was saying you had to go online to do application to get the money. But you got a whole lot of senior citizens out there that don't have computers. They don't have nobody help them go online. So that's an inconvenience to them. She's getting paid, but the other folks doing the hard work. So wherever she's from, why can't she set up an office here in this county where she's taking our money from and be on Monday through Friday? And that way when people don't understand or they need some help, since she's getting paid to do this, then she can explain to the people. And y'all can explain to the citizens what's taking so long to give these people some money. Because you got people out here hurting. Some people working 2 jobs and still can't make it. You got senior citizens that need help. I mean, these are the voters. These are the people. We're the taxpayers. We're the voters. We put y'all in them seats. So by right, the seat belongs to us. So if y'all can't help us, who are you gonna help? And then when you wanna audit everything in District 4, and they have to give an account for everything. You got money going to the Gate the Plantation. Was they audited? I sat up here and heard the conversation tonight. They don't even know how much money or where's it going. So I can't understand why you treat District 4 and then the other district different than you treat District 1. Everybody should be treated equal in this county. So what we said is Newton Warren, it's not Newton Warren. It's whoever want whatever they get. Money talk. So I pay city and I pay county taxes too. So I really would like to know where my money going. And like I said, everything you turn around, it's a consultant. So whoever the lady is that's supposed to be doing the consulting about the money, she need to get her act together. And y'all need to find out what happened to the other money that the other lady stole. And this lady, like I said, she's getting paid, but ain't nobody getting no money. So while she's getting paid, think about the people that you're supposed to be out here representing. And I know y'all ain't gonna talk to me about nothing, so y'all don't have to talk to me about nothing, because what I need to know, I'm gonna find out the hard way. So thank y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Please state your name, your address for the record, please. You have a 3-minute time limit. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Jean Carledge. I live at 2852 Club Forest Drive inside of Fieldstone Estates. I am a current board member of the FCA there in Fieldstone, past president and a 40-year resident. Fieldstone lies between both Newton and Rockdale counties. Our Rockdale side has activity monitoring code enforcement. Our Newton County side seems to be absent. My question tonight, and the people in Fieldstone that come to me, I have got to give them an honest answer. Is there a current code enforcement department in Newton County? Is it fully staffed? And what is a full staff? The following violations were tonight. They've been there for months and some for years. We cannot. Ms. Sanders came out and she tried, but they're back and they're doing business well. At 2506 Fairview Road, we have an ongoing junkyard, literally. At one time, true, over 30 cars in the backyard. Mosquitoes, rats, filth. Code enforcement did address it almost a year ago. It got kind of, sort of cleaned up. They're back. They seem to be in conjunction with 2890 Fieldstone Drive, which is a car repair shop. Now, code enforcement came out and addressed them. Well, they know code enforcement works 8 to 5, no weekends and no evenings. Tonight, when I came to this meeting, the garage door was up, the repair business was alive and well. This is at our entrance off of Fairview Road. I don't have to tell you, if you ever travel Fairview Road, it's fast and it's heavy. When you turn into Fieldstone, if there are repair cars in the road and you have a car coming in the other lane, where are you gonna go? You hit the parked car, you hit the car that's moving, or you let somebody hit you in the rear. We need help. 2678 Club Forest Drive has a large flatbed trailer. Its name is Big Tex. It sits in the driveway. I'm assuming the man has some kind of a freight business, but it's there, and that's county code violation. Let's see, over here at 2678 Club Forest Drive, now that's the trailer. Oh, at 2579 Country Club, we have front yard junk. Now, I'm not talking mowing grass and trimming trees and doing maintenance. I'm talking washers, dryers, disrepaired cars. We need help on our Newton County side in Fieldstone. Fieldstone is an old subdivision, but we're proud of it.
Yeah.
We've kept it pristine.
Thank you so much.
But we're trying.
Thank you.
And we can't get the help we need from the county code enforcement.
Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate your comment.
So, do we have a code enforcement office? The last time I asked, it was iffy.
Can you give me your address one more time? And your time is up.
2852
Yep.
Club Forest Drive.
Okay.
Inside
Someone will
Wilson.
respond to you in just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Frederick Johnson, 1036 Highway 162, Covington. We was able to clean off a cemetery on yesterday, a day on instead of a day off. We were able to come up with about, I think it was about 15 to 20 volunteers, and we did work on the Poplar Hill Cemetery. We wasn't able to do all 3 cemeteries like I had planned, but we're still planning on doing those other 2 cemeteries in the near future. I want to thank Mr. Cowan, I want to thank you, Stan, and also Ms. Lynn. Thank you for your donations. We were able to feed these people. Sheriff Brown, thank him. He furnished a good bit of as usual. So we thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Thank you for the cleanup at Poplar Hill, Mr. Johnson. I know I had seen that cemetery firsthand a couple times, and it was in need. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to take a moment first to say Happy New Year to everybody. I missed our meeting the last week. I was fortunate enough to actually be in Mobile, Alabama last week with the Economic Mobility Leadership Network through the National Association of Counties, where there's about 17 states that are represented and a part of this particular program. We did about 5 different sites. The first site we went to was Bishop State Community College, really showing us how the technical college plays a major role in our communities. Georgia Piedmont Technical College is our technical college here, and so I have partnered with GPTC to really help be an integral part in our community. So it was great to kind of see them really leaning towards their technical college as well. We also went to FlightWorks, Alabama, where we were able to see several different planes. So some of your major airplanes like Delta, American Airlines were actually built at this facility. So they were showing us from an economic development or workforce development perspective, basically how they're helping to employ their community as well. We also went to another site called Africatown Historic District. They also have a Netflix documentary called The Descendant. So if you actually want to see what Africatown is all about, you can go there. I know we previously had a conversation centered around Gaithers. What they did is they took Africatown and they utilized it as tourism. And so I'm going to be having a conversation with our interim county manager to kind of see what we can start doing to really utilize Gaithers and some of the other locations within our community to utilize it as tourism to bring in additional dollars into our community. There's also some discussion already going on where we're going to bring in some African American history through our Welcome Center in the city of Covington. And then there are also some discussions about having some African American historical markers throughout Newton County as well. So we want to make Newton County and take the rich history of our African American history and really make it great. I do know at Gaithers as well, previously Chairman Baines brought in someone that found an African American historic grave site. And so we want to be able to allow people to come in to Gaithers and see that African American historic grave site that was there and really utilize that from tourism as well. Then We went to the innovation portal, which basically their innovation portal just is a lot of, almost kind of like what we do with Newton County Tomorrow, where we bring all the leaders together. We have the conversation centered around economic and workforce development to really help develop the community. So it was an amazing, amazing opportunity to really see how Mobile, Alabama has developed themselves. And so I'm going to be working to help bring some of those ideas back to Newton County to really help Newton County flourish, grow, and to be all that it is desired to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sanders.
I'm hitting the wrong buttons, all these buttons over here. First, I want to thank my District 3 neighbor. I would definitely stay on top of that with you in conjunction with our county manager to make sure that we assist you in Fieldstone as well. But I attended the University Cancer and Blood Center today, their ribbon cutting. It's a new center that's in Newton County to work with cancer patients. And the stories that I heard were just amazing of the people that they actually cured from cancer. For those who don't know, I lost both of my parents a year apart, around 17, 18 years old, to cancer. My mother, breast cancer, my father, multiple myeloma. My mother was 52, and my father was 53. So I'm a huge advocate, and I had a scare probably some years ago where I had to have a lump removed as well. So that center is very important to have here in this county. So if you get a chance to go over there, the doctors are just phenomenal. I've heard some of the stories from the patients where they were written off by other doctors and they actually went to this facility and got cured. So we have a pillar here, well, a future pillar that's going to be here in the county to help our residents as well. And my other, just note, just January 21st, which is this coming weekend, is our vision board party at 1 o'clock, and then March 4th is our health and wellness fair. And that's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that Corona is not gone. It may be rising up a little bit, its ugly head. Glory be to God that we have shots that we can take that may help us. But don't forget about it, it's still here. Ethanol oxide is still here from these big old plants. The gases from the landfill is still here. So it's still in our community. I just want to say something briefly about plantations. A bit did I know, plantation was not a good place for black people back when they were coming up, and probably back as my grandfather. They were where women were raped and beaten and did whatever they wanted to do to them, and where men were hung when they didn't want to work as fast as much as they wanted to in the field. They were hung out there. So I don't know how we can educate somebody to go to a plantation, and when you see all them open fields out there, ain't nothing but mass graves. I know, because we had a surveyor come down, I think from the University of Georgia to the grave sites and plantation that was what was there. So how can we tell our children that was something good? It wasn't good back then, so how's it good something now? What we need to do is to get rid of it. But in lieu of the taxpayers' dollars, we need to stop funding it. And there's no excuse, no use you can use for a plantation. And if you think there's a good use for a plantation, just read your history. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Calvin.
My biggest concern right now is our lack of insurance. And as that tornado went through the southern part of the county, what would have happened if it had come through Covington? We got this building, courthouse, administration building right there. That would break us to get those fixed. So, Jarvis, I would ask you to get with your risk manager. And I know we've had an issue with employment discrimination. They can write all kind of lines of insurance, particularly on property, motor vehicle. I don't even know if we got public official liability anymore. I think they cut everything out, and that is just getting on my nerves. We can write all lines of insurance without employment discrimination. We can just set that off the side. But we need to get some insurance in here. We can't build parks and build public facilities and not have liability insurance. Can't do it. That's neglect on the county's part. And we can work around the issues that we've had in the past. We'll work around them, but we got to get our property insured. We got to make sure our liability's covered. We got to have general liability. We got to have property insurance. We got to have public official liability, boiler and machinery. If some big plant goes out, big pump goes out at the water plant, what you going to do? Pay for it? Hope everybody's got enough money to pay for it. I mean, it's expensive, and we better get it done. I'm just saying we need to get that taken care of. Other than that, I'm good. By the way, I've had some medical issues. I don't know. I know the chairman knows about this. I've talked to him about it. But when I was in Baton Rouge, I had a spell. I ended up in Baton Rouge General Hospital, for a day, and. But they finally have figured out what was wrong with me. So I'm coming back. So I know I've been a little subdued for a little while, but anyway, that's what I'd like to see that happen.
Thank you, sir. Guys, we do have a need for executive session tonight. For possible land acquisition. So there may be a potential for a vote. I seek a motion that we move into executive session. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Hopefully this won't take long at all. All in favor? We stand in executive session, guys. We're coming back here. It shouldn't take long. I didn't eat that. Hopefully we'll be back.
That we do what?
Move back into our regular meeting.
Oh, you said move back in the executive session.
Move back into our regular meeting.
Yes.
It passes 3-0. Thank you so much. I seek a motion that we adjourn, please.
So moved. Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Cowell. We stand adjourned. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lucky I was keeping